그 기원을 찾을 수 있습니다. 현대적인 법제처의 시작은 대한민국 정부 수립과 궤를 같이 합니다. 대한민국의 역사와 함께해온 법제처는 70여 년간 독립기관으로 유지되어 왔고 국민 곁으로 한 걸음 더 다가가기 위해 기능을 확대해 왔으며 2014년부터 세종청사시대를 열었습니다. 국민 생활에 도움이 되는 좋은 법, 법제처가 디자인합니다.
도자기를 만드는 도예가는 그릇을 만드는 일을 하잖아요. 저희 법제처도 마찬가지입니다. 정책을 담는 그릇인 법령을 만드는 일을 합니다.
그 예술 작품에는 각각 작품마다 그 뜻이 담겨있다 의도가 있습니다. 그런 것처럼 정부 부처에서 입안해온 법령안들은 다 그 법령안이 가진 정책 의도가 있고 그 법령안 때문에 나타난 효과들이 다 다르고 또 고려해야 될 요소들 다 다르거든요.
도자기가 구워지면 최종적으로 도예가가 확인을 하듯이 저도 법령이 공포되기 전에 법령을 최종적으로 확인해서 좋은 법이 국민들한테 만들어져서 법이 실행될 수 있도록 하는 업무를 하고 있습니다.
패션 디자이너는 이렇게 옷을 화려하고 아름답게 만드는 일도 하지만 그 옷을 입는 사람이 가장 편안하게 느낄 수 있도록 그 몸에 잘 맞는 옷을 만드는 일이라고 생각이 드는데 저희 법령 해석도 그 법이 추구하고 그 담고자 하는 그런 입법 목적과 취지를 최대한 살리면서 현실의 문제를 적용한다는 측면에서
사람들 신체 조건도 되게 제각각이지 않겠습니까? 근데 우리가 겪는 여러 상황들도 이제 정말 일률적이지 않고 여러 상황들이 있을 것 같습니다. 그럼 그런 특정한 상황에 어떤 특정한 법이 적용될 수 있는지 판단한다는 점에서 스타일링이나 비슷하지 않을까 생각합니다.
가루가 오래되어 칠이 벗겨지면 새로 칠을 할 필요가 있죠. 또한 현재 사용자와 맞지 않는 쓰임새를 가지고 있는 경우에 그러한 쓰임새에 맞게 바꿔야 할 필요가 있습니다. 법령 정비도 이와 같이 국민이 불편을 겪는 법령이나 혹은 현재 사회 현실과 맞지 않는 법령의 경우에는 이를 개정할 필요가 있습니다.
우리 국민들이 법을 어렵다고 느끼는 이유 중에 하나가 법령에 어려운 한자어나 일본어투 표현이 많이 들어있기 때문인데요. 그래서 그런 것들을 좀 우리가 지금 일상생활에서 쓰고 있는 용어나 그런 표현들로 바꾸는 일을 하고 있습니다. 그게 바로 일단 일종의 정비라고 할 수 있죠.
이제 건축가가 하는 일이라는 게 이제 건축주가 만들고 싶어하는 집이 법령에 위배되는 것은 아닌지, 그리고 햇볕은 잘 드는지 이런 것을 이제 꼼꼼하게 따지는 일이잖아요. 근데 저희도 마찬가지로 이제 지방자치단체에서 만든 조례가 상위 법령에 위배되는 것은 없는지, 그 지방자치단체 공무원들이 이제 조례를 쉽게 더 전문성 있게 만드실 수 있도록 이렇게 지원하는 역할을 주로 하고 있습니다.
잘 디자인된 미술품이라든지 조각품이란 것들이 잘 만들어졌어도 볼 수 없는 곳에 있다 하면은 그건 사실 의미가 없는 것들이거든요. 법도 똑같이 잘 만들어져 있다 해도 국민들이 와닿지 않는 곳에 있다면은 죽은 법이랑 다를 거 없다고 생각합니다. 그렇기 때문에 그런 법들을 국민들에게 좀 더 잘 보여주고 언제 어디서나 손쉽게 법에 접근할 수 있게 제공하기 때문에.
제가 담당하고 있는 업무는 세계법제정보센터인데요. 그건 해외 진출을 희망하는 국민이나 기업에게 세계의 법제 정보를 소개해주는 역할을 하고 있습니다. 그리고 또 밖으로는 우리의 법령 정보를 영어로 번역해서 개도국들에게 전달함으로써 법제를 수출하는 역할을 하고 있다고 볼 수 있습니다.
법제처는 국민을 위해 노력해왔습니다. 문재인 대통령, 법령 쉽게 만들기 강조, 비정규 취득자 차별 해소, 신고제 합리화 입법 추진, 법령 조례, 원클릭 서비스 개통. 공공기관 청렴도 최우수상 수상. 법제처는 국민의 나라, 정의로운 대한민국이라는 국가 비전을 위해 더욱 노력할 것입니다. 먼저 100대 국정과제의 원활한 이행을 위해 법령을 신속히 정비하고 자치 입법권을 저해하거나 지역 실정에 맞지 않는 규정을 검토해 고쳐나갈 계획입니다. 또 우리 사회에 여전히 존재하는 불평등, 불공정 문제를 해결하는 데 앞장서겠습니다. 우리는 디자이너입니다. 공정하고 정의로운 대한민국, 사람 중심의 법을 디자인합니다. 법제처.
여기 제가 가지고 있는 이것이 육법전서입니다. 민법, 민사소송법, 형법, 형사소송법, 상법, 헌법 왜 7법이 아니고 6법이지? 그러면 왜 행정법은 여기에 빠졌을까요? 법전이 없기 때문에
우리 어떤 법 체계가 이런 A1, 뭐 A2, 그다음 A3 이런 결과가 나오려면은 법리라는 게 존재를 해야 돼요. A라는 법리가 있기 때문에 이런 결과가 나온다 이렇게 되는 거고 기존의 행정법에서는 여기에 해당하는 이 밑에가 이제 법 체계거든요. 이런 것들이 존재를 하지 않았어요. 민법이나 형법에서는 있었던 것들이 행정법에서는 없었다는 것. 그래서 이번에 새롭게 만든 게 행정기본법이라 그래서 우리의 국가 작용들, 행정청의 작용이 어떤 근거에 따라서 어떤 효력을 가지는지 전체적으로 설명하는 법안이 우리 행정기본법이라고 얘기를 할 수 있거든요.
예, 여러 가지로 뭐 달라지겠습니다만은 제가 눈여겨본 조문은 신고입니다. 어떤 창업을 하면서 할 때는 영업 신고를 합니다. 그래서 이 신고가 자기 완결적 신고냐 아니면 수리를 해야 하는 신고냐 위와 같은 것을 기본법에서 명확하게 정해주는 것이 필요하다고 해서 그 규정이 들어갔습니다.
기존에는 행정절차법 40조 2항에 신고에 대한 조문이 하나 있었어요. 행정절차법 40조는 자기 완결적 신고에만 적용되는데 이렇게 보니까 행정요건적 신고에는 그럼 적용 규정이 있냐? 없었어요. 근데 이제 일반 규정을 마련한 거죠. 기본법안 35조 2항에 나와 있습니다. 이게 행정기본법안에 규정이 돼 있고 행정기본법안 같은 경우는 제가 수험생이던 그 옛날 시절부터 이게 이제 법안이 좀 만들어진다는 말이 있었는데
정기국회에서 이와 같은 기본법이 통과되어서 모든 국민이 쉽게 행정법을 이해하고 자기의 권리를 스스로 보호하는 데 도움을 받을 수 있게 되기를 희망합니다.
일주일 지났는데 환불받을 수 있는 법이 있나? 법이 있나?
생활 속 버퍼링은 국가법령정보센터.
알바도 유급 휴가를 받을 수 있는 법이 있나? 법이 있나?
생활 속 버퍼링은 국가법령정보센터.
우리 차도 캠핑카로 개조할 수 있는 법이 있나? 법이 있나?
생활 속 버퍼링은 국가법령정보센터.
환불 받을 수 있대. 유급 휴가 받을 수 있대.
승용차도 할 수 있구나.
법령을 빠르고 정확하게. 법은 로.go.kr.
자가격리요? 자가격리?
자가격리자인데요. 코로나19가 많이 무서워서 자가격리 끝났는데 폐기물 때문에요. 네.
잠깐 나 한 번만. 네. 질문 주세요. 잠깐 한번 보고 가야겠다. 법제처가 법을 자세한 사항은 너무 어려워 법제처. 와주세요. 렉 들리셨죠? 네. 네, 안녕하세요. 이사무관님.
네, 안녕하세요. 법제처 온라인 대변인 이정은 사무관입니다.
법제처와 법무부가 어떻게 다른지?
사실 저도 처음 왔을 때 법제처랑 법무부랑 비슷해가지고 그 정부조직법에 보면은 명확하게 그게 나와 있어요. 정부조직법 제23조에 보면
국무회의에 상정될 법령안, 조약안과 총리령안 및 부령안의 심사와 그 밖의 법제에 관한 사무를 전문적으로 관장하기 위해서 국무총리 소속으로 법제처를 둔다.
결과적으로 법제처는 정부에서 만드는 법안을 총괄하고 조정하는 기관인데요. 그 세량이 노래 중에도 법제처가 뭐 하는 곳이냐고 물어봐라는 노래가 있잖아요. 예, 법령 심사, 예, 법령 해석, 예, 법령 정비까지.
네, 마이크를 바꾸고 가겠습니다. 팔이 아프거든요.
법무부에서 하는 일은 정부조직법 제32조에 보면 법무부에서 하는 일이 나와 있는데요.
법무부 장관은 검찰, 행정, 인권 업무, 출입국 관리, 그 밖의 법무에 관한 사무를 관장한다.
검찰 업무를 수행을 하고 교도소 인권 관련된 업무, 출입국 관리 담당하는 것이 법무부입니다.
저 재밌는 게 하나 생각났어요. 그 돼지가 있고 멧돼지가 있는데 돼지는 농림부에서 담당을 하고 멧돼지는 환경부에서 담당을 한다는 거예요. 그래서 와 대박. 재밌다. 이거에 관련한 법이. 그쵸? 법제처에 왜 오신 거죠?
법제처에서 일을 할 때 굉장히 이제 꼼꼼하고 세밀하게 그런 법령안들을 심사를 해야 된다고 이제 전해 들었는데 그게 저의 성격이랑 잘 맞을 것 같다고 생각을 했고
조용하고 침착하고 차분하다. 그런 침착한 분들께서 오셨을 때 가장 적응이 좋으실 것 같기는 한데 물론 저처럼 말이 많고 말하는 걸 좋아하는 사람도 많이 있으니까 적절한 분들이 많이 오셨으면 좋겠습니다. 저 같은 경우는 윤리교육과입니다. 칸트 좋아합니다. 임마누엘 칸트 좋아합니다. 그거밖에 모르니까요.
법제관실에 부임을 하실 때 그런 쪽으로 좀 고려가 되나요?
아니요. 이건 삭제해주세요. 뭐 그런 거는 고려해야 되긴 해요. 그러니까 영어를 잘하신다. 법제교류 협력 담당관실이라든지 아니면 외교부 담당 법제관실로 보내드리거나 이런 부분에 대해서 고려를 하긴 하는데
법제처에는 어떻게 들어가나요?
공개 경쟁하고 그리고 경력 채용 두 가지 방법으로 저희 쪽으로 임용이 되실 수가 있습니다. 공개 경쟁 채용 같은 경우에는 대표적으로 5급 공채, 7급 공채가 있고요. 부처 선택 기준에서 면접을 자체적으로 보거나 연수원에서의 성적을 합산을 해서 부처를 선택을 할 수가 있게 되어 있어요. 경력 채용 같은 경우에는 저희 자체적인 경력 채용 방법 혹은 인사혁신처에서 전체적으로 실시하는 경력 채용 공고에 응시를 하시면 되시겠습니다. 자격증을 가지시거나 아니면 특수한 경력을 가지신 분들에 대해서 저희가 채용을 진행을 하고 있습니다. 저희는 주로 경력 채용자는 변호사 자격증을 가지신 분들에 대해서 경력 채용을 진행을 하고 있습니다.
법제처 자랑 한번 해주시겠어요?
현재 정원이 225명인 굉장히 작은 소규모 조직이지만 풍부한 인적
자원에 있다라고 생각을 하고 있습니다. 인적 그런 맨파워로 어려운 전문적인 법령 심사를 충분히 시행을 하고 있고 작년도 정부 업무 평가에서 우수를 받을 정도로 업무 영역에서의 우수성이 충분히 증명된 부처라고 생각을 하고 있습니다. 차분하게 직장 생활을 할 수 있는 그런 좋은 부처라고 생각을 하고 있습니다. 가고 싶어요. 심사하고 싶단 말이야.
Q&A 영상.
Q&A 영상? 법들이 많은데 법령들을 어떻게 찾아서 미연의 충돌을 방지하시는지. 예전과 다르게 지금은 국가법령정보센터 잘 되어 있어가지고 주요 키워드들이 있어요. 그 키워드를 일일이 다 입력을 해서 다른 법령이 어떻게 규정되는지를 다 살피게 됩니다. 혹시 이게 다른 법하고 충돌되지 않는지에 대해서 일단 검토를 하고 제가 심사를 진행하게 됩니다. 법 중에서도 유사한 체계를 가진 법들이 있어요. 국가공무원법하고 지방공무원법은 유사해요. 그래서 그런 법들이 있다 그러면 꼭 그런 법들은 찾아봐야 되고.
그 법조문을 하는데 필요한 능력이라고 해야 될까요?
성실함, 꼼꼼함, 무엇보다 필요한 것은 체력. 왜냐하면 많이 봐야 돼요. 많이 봐야지 더 좋은 결과물이 나와요. 그렇기 때문에 체력이 정말 필요하죠. 힘든데요?
근데 너무 재밌고.
재밌다고요 이게?
네.
본인은 해야 되니까 재밌는 거예요.
재밌어. 법제처 사용법 이런 거 알려줄 수 있어요?
법이 만들어지면 대변인실에서 하는 쉽게 알아보고 법이 실생활에서 또 궁금한 점이 있으면 찾기 쉬운 생활법령 정보 거기 가가지고 이제 자기가 필요한 정보 쉽게 설명되어 있으니까 그거 이용해보고 다른 사람하고 법에 대해서 논쟁이 있었을 경우에는 해석에다 물어봐가지고 정확한 답변도 찾아보고 만약에 법이 불편하다, 법이 잘못됐다라고 한다 그러면 정비과에다가 정비 요청도 하고.
이거 마지막에 찢으셨는데요?
네?
진짜 찢었다.
아유 진짜.
와, 진짜.
다 된 거예요 이제?
네.
와 이제 퇴근하자면서.
진짜 너무 좋은 말이었어요. 그러면 울 뻔했어요. 감동받은. 뭐라고 하지? 법제처가 뭐 하는 곳이냐고 물어볼 때 이 영상을 보세요.
너무 대충 하는 거 아니에요?
네?
너무 대충 하는 거 아니냐고요. 오늘 인터뷰도 다른 분들이 다 하셨잖아요.
제가 촬영했잖아요. 법제처에 대해서 궁금한 게 좀 풀리셨나요? 법제처에는 정말 많은 분들이 계세요. 그 분들이 다 이렇게 법제처를 위해서, 국민들을 위해서, 대한민국을 위해서 열심히 일을 하고 있습니다. 비록 잘 모르더라도 계속 여기 있었어. 앞으로도. 저 궁금한 게 있는데요. 왜 이사무관님은 부처 선택하실 때 법무부가 아니라 법제처로 오셨죠?
네, 일단은 제가 세령이는 왜 법제처에 요정이 되셨어요?
법이 네, 그래서 네, 그러면 컷하고 이제 편집점을 스스로 짜야지. 이제 가시는 거죠?
안 되겠어. 섞어줬어요 그러면?
오케이.
법제처 탐방 시간입니다. 법제처에 궁금한 질문을 하고 알아가는 시간. 먼저 법제관은 어떤 일을 할까요? 법제관님 알려주세요.
저는 법제처에서 법령 심사 업무를 담당하고 있는 김효선 법제관이라고 합니다. 제 이름 뒤에 붙은 직위가 법제관이죠. 여러분들께서 법제관의 그 업무에 대해서 궁금하신 점이 참 많으실 텐데요. 법제관은 정부의 각 부처가 추진하고자 하는 정책을 법령으로 제출하게 되면 법령을 심사하는 그런 업무를 수행하는 국가공무원입니다. 법제처에는 저 같은 이런 법제관이 22명이나 근무를 하고 있고 각 부처에서 제출된 법령을 그 22명의 법제관이 자기 소관 부처에 맞게 나눠서 법령을 심사를 하고 있습니다.
법을 만들 때 좀 가장 중요한 원칙은 어떤 게 있어요?
법령을 만들 때 다양한 원칙들이 있을 수 있어요. 많은 원칙들이 있을 수 있고 일단 일단 가장 중요한 원칙은 헌법에서 말하고 있는 원칙이라고 볼 수 있겠습니다. 왜냐하면 헌법이라는 것이 법 중에 가장 으뜸의 법이고 가장 대장격의 법이고, 그러니까 우리 법에 어떻게 보면은 가장 기본적인 원칙을 다 담고 있거든요. 법제처와 법제관의 업무에 대해서 궁금증이 많이 해소되셨나요? 그럼 이제 법제처에 대해서 좀 더 알아볼까요? 법제처로 놀러 오세요.
여기는 행정법제혁신 추진단이에요. 안녕하세요, 임주무관님.
네, 안녕하세요.
저희 지금 랜선 집들이 하고 있는데요.
네.
행정법제혁신 추진단에서 어떤 일을 하고 계신지 알려주시겠어요?
행정법령들의 원칙과 기준이 되는 행정기본법을 만드는 일을 하고 있습니다.
행정기본법이 제정되면 정말 편해지겠네요.
네, 그렇다고 할 수 있죠.
네, 여기는 법령 의견 제시팀이에요. 가장 최근에 만들어진 과예요. 여기는
안녕하세요.
안녕하세요. 임종원이 아까 예과에 계셨던 것 같은데?
저희 공무원들이 좀 다들 비슷하게 생겼다. 네, 저희 법령의견 제시팀은 정부 부처의 정책 결정과 적극 행정을 지원하기 위해서 법령에 대한 의견을 제시하는 역할을 하고 있습니다.
알기 쉬운 법령팀이에요. 공모전 포스터가 있네요. 알기 쉬운 법령 만들기 공모제. 안녕하세요, 고주무관님. 여기서 알기 쉬운 법령 만들기 공모전을 하고 있네요. 법제처는 매년 어려운 한자 용어나 일본어 용어를 알기 쉽게 바꾸고 있다고 했죠. 알법팀에 대해 간단하게 소개해 주세요. 화장실이 급하시구나. 얼른 가세요. 여기는 법제교류 협력 담당관실이에요. Legislation, Exchange and Cooperation Division.
Sorry.
It's okay. By the way, long time no see.
세령.
How are you? How are you?
Good. I'm good. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. And you?
I'm fine, thank you. And you?
Yes. I'm fine, thank you. And you?
I'm fine. And you?
Yes, I'm fine, thank you. And you?
Yes, fine. Are you?
법제교류협력관 담당실이다 보니 영어를 잘하시는 분이 참 많이 계세요. 정비과에 세령 인형이 되게 많네요. 그리고 임주무관님. 안녕하세요. 여기 왜 아까 2층에 계셨는데?
제 좀 닮은 분들이 조금 많아서 법령정비과에서는 국민들 일상생활을 불편하게 하는 불합리한 법령들을 발굴하여 정비하고 있습니다. 그리고 어린이 법제관과 청소년 법제관 사업을 운영하면서 전국의 초등학생, 중학생들에게 도반을 만들어 보거나 학교 규칙을 만들어 보거나 다양한 입법 체험 활동을 제공하고 있습니다.
안녕하세요. 저거 전가요?
네, 세령이에요.
우와, 어떻게 이거는 뭐예요?
저희가 코로나19 이후로 영상회의를 많이 하고 있거든요. 그런데 이제 주변에 지나다니시는 분들이 화면에 계속 나오고 또 영상회의에 집중하기 어렵다는 직원들의 의견이 있어서 영상회의를 위한 1인용 스튜디오를 만들었어요. 스튜디오는 정부혁신 어벤져스 과제로 이제 제작을 하게 되었는데요. 영상회의 스튜디오가 제작된 거를 아시고 많은 분들이 찾아와서 이제 빌려가기 위해서 대기하고 계십니다. 줄을 서시오!
혁신행정 담당관 옆에는 정보과가 있는데요. 임주무관님, 5층에는 왜 오셨어요?
세령인 여기 어쩐 일이세요?
저 지금 계속 랜선 집들이 하고 있었는데 많이 말씀드렸잖아요.
국가법령정보센터를 운영하고 있습니다. 대한민국의 모든 법령과 행정규칙, 판례와 해석례까지 손쉽게 찾아보실 수 있어요. 찾기 쉬운 생활법령정보 서비스를 통해서 일상생활에 필요한 법령 정보를 주제별로 분류하여 제공하고 어려움이 없도록 지원하고 있습니다.
네, 조금 힘들어서 엘리베이터를 타고 마지막 7층을 올라가 보도록 할게요. 네, 법령 해석국이에요. 임주무관님.
계세요? 아, 저 랜선 집들이 하고 있거든요. 법령 해석국에는 왜 아까 5층에 계셨잖아요. 법제처 집들이는 여기서 끝! 법제처에 대해서 알아가는 데 도움이 되었나요? 마지막으로 간단한 퀴즈를 준비했어요. 많은 참여 기다리고 있을게요. 그럼 다음에 또 만나요. 안녕!
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to welcome all distinguished guests to the 8th Asian Legislative Experts Symposium. I'd also like to thank all participants who have spared your precious time to be with the symposium, for being here with us, and also for all of you who are participating online despite your busy schedule, for also being here with us. Since the first symposium in 2013, the Asian Legislative Experts Symposium marked its 8th anniversary this year. Under the slogan, Asia Shares Legislative Experiences, it has served as a discussion platform to promote legislative exchange among Asian countries and share and seek legislative solutions on various social economic issues. This year, we will discuss the theme of legislation on infectious diseases and cooperative measures of Asia countries in the post-COVID-19 era. In accordance with the social distancing measures to prevent the spread of COVID-19, the symposium will proceed in a contactless hybrid format. Here at the physical venue, only a minimum number of participants are attending, while the event will be broadcast live via the Ministry of Government Legislation's YouTube channel in both Korean and English. Of course, we may not be together physically. I believe that it will also be a meaningful event in that you can share this event with many people via online. You may use a receiver at your desk to use the simultaneous interpretation. Channel 1 is Korean and Channel 2 is English. And also, we have prepared an event for our online participants. And at the end of the live broadcast, you may screen the QR code and you may join the survey. And we will have a lucky draw and send online gifticons for the coffee franchise Paul Vazet beverage set to 25 people. I hope you can also have an insightful opportunity and also attend this symposium until the very end. We ask for your continuous interest. And now we'd like to begin the 8th Asian Legislative Experts Symposium. I believe many of you have spared your very busy schedule. Of course, we only have a minimum number of participants. We have many people who are here with us online. We have Minister of Government Legislation Lee Gang-seop, President of the Korea Legislation Research Kim Ge-hong, and also Vice Cabinet Secretary Rati Nuarditi of the Cabinet Secretariat of the Republic of Indonesia, as well as Vice Commissioner Ra Sung-eung of the KDCA, and Secretary to the President for New Southern and Northern Policy, Yo Hang-gu. And we will now have the opening remarks for today's symposium. We'd like to invite Minister Lee Gang-seop of the Government Legislation for his opening remarks. He is now coming up to the stage. Please greet him with a warm round of applause.
Ladies and gentlemen, and the distinguished guests, I am Lee Gang-seop, Minister of Government Legislation of the Republic of Korea. I'd like to express my sincere appreciation for your interest in the 8th Asian Legislative Experts Symposium. Now, I'd like to give opening remarks in Korean. Thank you for your understanding.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I am Lee Gang-seop, Minister of Government Legislation. I'd like to extend my gratitude for President Kim Ge-hong of the Korea Legislation Research Institute for being here with us. And although we may not meet in person, my thanks also go to Vice Cabinet Secretary Rati Nuarditi for the excellent congratulatory remarks online, and also to Commissioner Ra Sung-eung of the Korea Disease Control and Prevention Agency for delivering your congratulatory remarks, as we imagine how busy you must be with the COVID-19 response. Also, Secretary Yo Hang-gu, to the President for New Southern and Northern Policy, I also like to extend my appreciation for your keynote speech. I also thank all those who will present and discuss in the symposium. I also sincerely welcome all who are participating in this real-time event online. Today, the entire world is fighting against the COVID-19 pandemic without knowing when this fight will end. While we sometimes manage to curb the spread of the disease with powerful disinfection measures, it can spread quickly if we loosen the reins. As a result, all sorts of global exchange and cooperations have been frustrated due to the spread of this challenging virus. Meanwhile, we're witnessing and experiencing firsthand how the dramatic advancement of ICT has enabled us to shift a big part of our lives to be virtual and contactless or on tag, to which we are getting ourselves more accustomed. The hosting of this year's Asian Legislative Experts Symposium, which has been held yearly since 2013, is one of the great examples to illustrate our adoption to change as we are hosting this event online and offline for the first time. Today, we would like to discuss the pandemic-related issues at the 8th ALES, which have entirely changed the way we live our daily lives. Numerous Asian experts from various countries, including Korea, have prepared for the discussion agenda on legislative and policy responses in the post-COVID-19 era and international cooperative measures, which is the core of quarantine activities in the era of hyperconnectivity. A lot of overseas media have introduced COVID-19 responses as one of the best global examples without an economic crisis, panic buying of daily necessities, and lockdown. This would not have been possible without innovative responses, including community treatment centers and drive-through screening test centers, as well as the quarantine measures such as full-scale inspection, epidemiological surveys, and wearing of masks. Although the methods are different from Korea, other Asian countries, including Vietnam, Taiwan, Singapore, and Thailand, are also effectively responding to the COVID-19 depending on circumstances in their countries. It is legislation that supports such effective quarantine policies of each nation in the background. In the case of Korea, legislation has strongly supported the nation's K-quarantine activities by constantly revising the Infectious Disease Control and Prevention Act since the outbreak of MERS in 2015. I hope that today's event will contribute to strengthening the response capabilities of Asian countries in the outbreak of the infectious diseases by sharing legislative issues on infectious diseases, which are the basis of each nation's quarantine policies. Once again, I'd like to express my gratitude for those who have made the 8th Asian Legislative Expert Symposium possible. I wish you and your countries a great success and development in the future ahead.
Deborah, thank you.
네, 고맙습니다. 오늘
Well, thank you very much. We have just heard from the Minister of the Government Legislation, Lee Kang-seop. I sincerely hope that we would come to very productive results, and this is indeed the most appropriate timing that we host this very important conference. Now I would like to invite the speaker for the congratulatory remarks. Kim Ge-hong, President of the Korea Legislation Research Institute, is going to deliver the congratulatory remarks. Please give a big round of applause to the President.
여러분 안녕하십니까?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kim Ge-hong, and I'm the president of the Korea Legislation Research Institute. It's been 8 years since we started this Asian Legislative Expert Symposium co-hosted by the Ministry of Government Legislation, my institute. First of all, I'd like to extend my gratitude to Minister Lee Kang-seop of the Government Legislation for hosting this event, and also thank Secretary Yohan Go, the President, for the Northern Policy of the Office of the President, for his excellent keynote speech. Vice Commissioner Ah Sung-hoon of the Korea Disease Control and Prevention Agency, thank you for your congratulatory speech, and also thank you, Vice Cabinet Secretary Nurjati of the Cabinet Secretary of the Republic of Indonesia, for the remote but warm congratulations. My thanks also goes to those who are participating online and Korean experts who are with us today. The Asian Legislative Expert Symposium, ALES, is a venue for sharing experience and agenda in legislation and legislative system operation in Korea and other Asian countries in order to realize the development of Asian legislation. This year in particular, we need the symposium more than any time amid the spread of the COVID-19 while seeking measures for breakthrough together. In this time for cooperation, ironically, we have a lot of difficulties in exchange and cooperation between countries. But please remember that another door opens up when one door closes. I believe that the future of Asia is still bright despite this pandemic situation, as we share ideas and plan for the mutual development with our esteemed partners through the form of the online conference, even though we can't physically reach each other. The topic you will discuss today is legislation on infectious diseases and cooperative measures of Asian countries in the post-COVID-19 era. We've recently heard that the welcoming news that a vaccination for COVID-19 is about to be rolled out to the world. The post-COVID era has been such a vague topic that forced us to have more creative countermeasures, which is now becoming a reality. This is why today's topic is furthermore meaningful. In terms of COVID-19 responses, numerous Asian countries have recently been introducing best practices to the international community. Asia used to be remaining in the outskirts of the international arena throughout the history, although it is now becoming a leading player in the world. In this new era, it is necessary to elicit closer cooperation from each Asian country in order to realize mutual prosperity and stability in the region. In this regard, I firmly believe our discussion will be the foundation of not only tackling the COVID issues themselves, but efficiently prepare for the upcoming post-COVID era by learning each other's legislation to respond to infectious diseases within the Asian region and sharing best practices on what to improve. As far as I know, we'll review infection-related policies and legislations in Korea, Vietnam, Taiwan, Thailand, and Singapore today. We'll also share opinions in the field of history, economy, industry and trade, education and health by providing customized international cooperative measures. And this is going to be followed by in-depth discussion based on all the value presentation from each session. I hope you will have some fruitful results by sharing experience and wisdom from each country in order to seek ways to mutually develop further. Thank you for your kind attention.
네, 원장님. Thank you very much for the valuable remarks. We are truly witnessing the advent of a post-COVID-19 era. I truly hope that we could discuss legislative solutions to respond to this challenge. And next, we'd like to view some online video congratulatory remarks. We will have the congratulatory remarks of Vice Cabinet Secretary Ratih Nurdiati of the Indonesian Cabinet Secretariat online.
Peace and prosperity be upon us all. Annyeonghaseyo. Distinguished Minister of Government Legislation of the Republic of Korea, Mr. Lee Kang-seop. Distinguished Vice Minister of Government Legislation of the Republic of Korea, Mr. Han Yeong-so. Distinguished President of Korea Legislation Research Institute, Mr. Kim Kyu-hong, distinguished legislative experts from ASEAN countries, and distinguished guests. Ladies and gentlemen, praise be to God. Today we can all meet, though virtually and in a limited way, to engage in this international symposium, the 8th ASEAN Legislative Experts Symposium. This year's symposium, held under the theme Legislation on Infectious Diseases and Cooperative Measures of Asia Countries in the Post-COVID-19 Era, is consistent with the measures taken by countries in the world in dealing with COVID-19 and strategies for international cooperation in the post-COVID-19 era. On this occasion, as Vice Cabinet Secretary of the Republic of Indonesia, I would like to extend our warmest wishes for this event. We wish you profound health and to stay productive amid the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. This international symposium, under the slogan, Asia Shares Legislative Experience, is clearly a tangible result of the efforts exerted by Ministry of Government Legislation of the Republic of Korea to strengthen legislative cooperation among Asian countries. Indonesia is currently taking measures to improve its legislation to continue to produce effective and efficient regulations. We work hand in hand with the Korean government to achieve regulatory reforms. In this regard, and in this auspicious occasion, on behalf of Cabinet Secretariat of the Republic of Indonesia, allow me to express our best wishes and warmest congratulations on the convening of the 8th Asian Legislative Experts Symposium 2020. The symposium can bring a positive impact on joint efforts to handle COVID-19 through strengthened legislation, the exchange of experiences between countries in the ASEAN region, and through international cooperation. As an illustration of the existing legislative cooperation between the Republic of Indonesia and the Republic of Korea, on behalf of Cabinet Secretariat of the Republic of Indonesia, I am proud to extend my sincere appreciation for the signing of the Plan of Action for the implementation of the Memorandum of Understanding on cooperation between Cabinet Secretariat of the Republic of Indonesia and Ministry of Government Legislation of the Republic of Korea for the year 2020 and 2021 term. I believe that the plans that have been devised by the two agencies can continue within the framework of the special strategic partnership between the Republic of Indonesia and the Republic of Korea. Finally, I fervently hope that the symposium can contribute to the improvement and development of legislative systems in the Asian countries. Let me once again offer my heartfelt congratulations on the convening of the 8th Asian Legislative Experts Symposium 2020. I thank you. Kamsahamnida. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
네, 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
Please give a big hand. Representing the Cabinet Office of the Republic of Indonesia, the Vice Cabinet Secretary has just delivered the congratulatory remarks, and she called for the bilateral cooperation between our two countries. I sincerely hope that there will be further advancements in the bilateral cooperation. And now I'd like to invite another video clip, the speaker to deliver through the video clip congratulatory remarks. He is the Vice Commissioner of Korea, Na Sung-woong of the Korea Disease Control and Prevention Agency. Honorable Minister Lee Gang-seo of the Ministry of Government Legislation, Honorable President Kim Ge-hong of the Korea Legislation Research Institute, Honorable Vice Cabinet Secretary Ruth Nudiati of the Cabinet Secretary of the Republic of Indonesia, and all the esteemed participants, it's my great honor to meet all of you. I'd like to sincerely congratulate you on the opening of the 8th Asian Legislative Experts Symposium. In 2020, the world is going through such unprecedented changes due to the spread of the COVID-19. The pandemic has transformed our daily lives as untact environment while threatening the lives of many people. Last spring, each nation put its effort to curb the spread of the pandemic with powerful disinfection measures, including lockdown or social distancing. However, the circumstances are not favorable as there are second or third wave coming centered around the United States and Europe. In this severe time worldwide, it is furthermore timely and meaningful for us to gather together in order to review the laws and regulations to respond to infections, which is the foundation and grounding of response measures of each nation. Prominent experts will also discuss topics including Pan-ASEAN cooperation regarding infectious diseases at the symposium. Since the first confirmed patient in this country was identified on January 20th of 2020. Korea went through 2 rounds of big wave of COVID-19. The devotion of medical staff and the active participation of citizens in social distancing, however, has led to us effectively controlling the spread into the local communities. In the course of that, The Korea Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, the KCDC, became an independent administration by becoming elevated at the national agency level. For more efficient systematic responses, the organization is now KDCA, the Korea Disease Control Prevention Agency, which established such a thorough and seamless response scheme from infection to control to monitoring to studies analysis, emergency measures, and prevention for the restructure of the organization, with the given role as exclusive organization for infection responses. In addition, there was amendment of the Infectious Disease Control and Prevention Act between last August and September in order to organize the nation's disinfection system. The amendment strives to mobilize medical facilities, accommodation in response to large scale of patients, establishment of supporting medical staff, and enhancing of the public privacy protection. COVID-19 has given us a lesson in that any new infectious disease is not a matter of one country. Such a disease can spread into any other countries anytime. Furthermore, we've been witnessing that infection can become a worldwide pandemic. Therefore, we are standing at a critical juncture where it requires international cooperation and coordination to prepare for and respond to emergency of public health with issues including new infections. I believe that we can equip ourselves with more strength and capabilities to tackle the new infection by sharing everyone's effort to improve the disinfection strategies and response systems provided by Asian countries for the last 10 months and establishing a coordination system to exchange the information of infectious diseases on a real-time basis. To that end, the KCDA will continue its effort to strengthen the international cooperation through multilateral channels such as ASEAN, as well as bilateral channels with our esteemed partners. I hope the symposium will be a venue for productive discussions where we can review a variety of policies and legislation measures in order to build stronger cooperation and coordination between the Republic of Korea and the Southeast Asian countries in legislation related to infectious diseases. Once again, I'd like to express my congratulations to the opening of the 8th Asian Legislative Experts Symposium. I wish all of you that are participating today good health and happiness. Thank you.
네, 박수 부탁.
Please give him a big round of applause. Vice Commissioner Rai Sung-woong has delivered his congratulatory remarks online. He has shared his words of encouragement. We see that many of our participants are sharing their encouraging and supportive remarks. This means that global collaboration for this challenge is all the more important. And the 8th Asian Legislative Expert Symposium, held under the theme of legislations on infectious diseases and cooperative measures of Asia countries in the post-COVID-19 era, will now begin its full session. Before the presentation session, we would like to invite Secretary Yeo Han-gu to the President for New Southern and Northern Policy at the Office of the President of the Republic of Korea for his keynote speech. Please greet him with a big round of applause as he comes up to the stage. Distinguished guests, good afternoon. Just as been introduced, I am the Secretary to the President for New Southern and Northern Policy at the Office of the President of Korea, Yeo Han-gu. First of all, I'd like to express deep gratitude to the Ministry of Government Legislation and the Korea Legislation Research Institute for making today's event possible, and also express deep gratitude to Minister Lee Kang-seop of Government Legislation, President Kim Ge-hong of the Korea Legislation Research Institute, and Vice Cabinet Secretary Lati Nuridiati of Indonesia, and Vice Commissioner Na Sung-woong of the KDCA for your congratulatory and welcome remarks. As the COVID-19 situation, which broke out at the end of last year, remains as a challenge, threatening global safety and weakening the economy, I am pleased to make the keynote address at this gathering to discuss the legislation and cooperative measures in the post-COVID-19 era, together with renowned legislative experts from Asian countries. I hope today's Asian Legislative Expert Symposium serves as a meaningful opportunity to seek responses to the infectious disease and collaborative measures for the co-prosperity of Asia. Today, I'd like to take this opportunity I believe there are many international participants that are with us online. I'd like to take this opportunity to briefly introduce Korea's new Southern policy at this venue. And last week, the Korean government newly announced the so-called New Southern Policy Plus. So I'd also like to take this opportunity to introduce the main initiatives under the theme. As you are well aware, in 2017, President Moon Jae-in of the Republic of Korea declared that the new Southern policy to raise the relations with ASEAN and ASEAN countries and India to the level of the 4 major neighbor countries. And during the past 2 years of presidency, President Moon has made state visits to the 11 nations under the new Southern policy. Last year in Busan, Korea also held the ASEAN ROK Special Summit and the first Mekong ROK Summit meeting as well. The new Southern policy of the Republic of Korea, as could be witnessed, is being led under the leadership of President Moon Jae-in, as he has made state visits to each of the partner nations to listen to their views and also to strengthen the partnership relationships. As is well known, the new Southern policy pursues the 3 Ps as its core initiative. In other words, the policy aims to pursue diverse initiatives to promote comprehensive cooperation that encompasses people, prosperity, and peace. The new Southern policy is also well known in ASEAN nations as well as India, so it is believed that it has also strengthened its status as a new brand of the Moon Jae-in presidency. Though the period has not been long, we believe that there have been much achievements. First of all, in the area of people, for ASEAN and India, and also with Korea, human and cultural exchange have went up significantly. Of course, the outbreak of COVID did make changes. Nevertheless, during the past 3 years, mutual visits increased by double, and the partner countries of the new Southern policies, such as the ASEAN nations, have undeniably become the #1 visiting destination of Korean people. And even after the outbreak of the pandemic, the Fast Lane program was initiated with India and Singapore for business entrepreneurs so that the immigration process was facilitated to help with the business exchange. And also with the spread of the so-called Korean wave or Hallyu in the region, the demand for Korean language education has also increased significantly. So during the past 5 years, we can witness that in these ASEAN countries, the number of students enrolled for Korean classes at regular schools and at the Sejong schools doubled in that period. And the second initiative is co-prosperity. The RCEP has finally reached an agreement in 8 years, which is a remarkable achievement. I believe you have witnessed this achievement through the media. And with this expansionary FTA network, we believe it will contribute to co-prosperity. So mutual trade has actually grown approximately 30 years during the past 3 years. And when combining ASEAN and India, the region has now positioned itself as the second largest trading partner of Korea. And in the area of peace, we have also worked hard to promote the relationship of strategic friendship between ASEAN and the new Southern Asian countries to the level of the 4 major nations. And at the November 2019 ASEAN ROK Special Summit, we also confirmed the firm support for peace on the peninsula and creation of an international peace zone at the DMZ. I'd also like to take this chance to introduce the new Southern Policy Plus, which was just recently announced. We believe there have been a high level of achievement of the new Southern policy. And to promote the common vision and cooperative initiatives between the new Southern country partners and Korea, we will continue with the initiative. And based on this achievement, we believe that Korea succeeded in clearly setting its direction of the new Southern policy. And based on the comprehensive study of our past achievements, we have set 7 initiatives for future pursuit. And at the recent ASEAN ROK Summit meeting last November 17th, President Moon has announced this new Southern Policy Plus to the ASEAN partners. We are well aware that the ASEAN has fully supported, and we will continue continuous cooperative measures to further develop the new cooperative framework. The new Southern Policy Plus initiative is as such. First is on people. There are 3 initiatives under the people, which is the cooperation in healthcare and the development of education models and cultural exchange. In the area of public health, I believe all agrees on the importance of collaboration in the outbreak of the COVID-19. The ASEAN countries and India are also faced with a high level of challenge because of the COVID-19 situation. Therefore, the Republic of Korea decided to contribute to the COVID-19 response fund through various ODAs and also launch various cooperative and comprehensive response relief programs in order to expand the ODA with the partner countries, and we continue to do so in the future. And as for the details, ASEAN and India, the promising doctoral students will be invited to Korea with invitational scholarships so that they can be fostered as future talents under the so-called Lee Jong-wook Fellowship. Lee Jong-wook has served as the head of the WHO, and also we will support with curriculum development at the local medical schools through various programs so that we could help with fostering the healthcare and medical personnel in the ASEAN countries. And we are seeing the realization of vaccine development for the COVID-19. And we will actively support the vaccine development program, and we will also support the vaccine development and equitable distribution of the vaccines to the developing nations. And next, on human resource development and the sharing of the Korea educational model, I believe that the biggest driving force and contributing force to Korea's economic development is in education. Recently, in the partner countries of the New Southern Policy, there is an increased interest in the so-called Hallyu Korean wave. And there is a growing interest in learning Korean language. So we plan to provide diverse platforms to learn the Korean language. And as I previously said, we will plan to share our trading model, and we will provide support for the high-performing local colleges in the region, and will also invite the young talents to Korea so that they could have the opportunity to receive the education that meets the needs based on the governmental invitational scholarship programs. And not only supporting the regular curriculum, we also believe in technical education. So we will reflect the level of development and the needs of the local region to provide a customized professional training curriculum. For example, many of the partner countries are actually working in Korea before they return to their home country. Considering that a large number of Korean businesses are working in the partner countries, we could plan promoting a customized professional training by expanding technical training programs so that when the technical engineers go back to their countries, they could work in a seamless manner under this collaborative and training program. And in this post-COVID-19 era, another crucial challenge is to bridge the educational gap caused by the pandemic. We believe that our experience of remote education could also provide various educational support. Third is on promoting mutual cultural exchange. The Korean wave is gaining a great interest and support, but rather than a one-way introduction of the Korean wave, we shall actively promote mutual understanding and cultural exchange through various cultural programs so that we can mutually understand and enjoy each other's culture. And one example could be hosting the digital cultural experience booth at, for example, the National Museum of Korea, and use the VR and 3D technology to develop various VR cultural programs so that Korean citizens could enjoy the various cultural heritage of the ASEAN countries, such as the Angkor Wat. And also, State Councillor Aung San Suu Kyi of Myanmar has made a request for Korea to invite an idol group of Myanmar to receive training sessions on K-pop. And following the request of State Councillor Aung San Suu Kyi, the idol group actually came to Korea last September and participated in the Asia Song Festival. And this is a very good and encouraging and heartwarming example. And the second pillar is on prosperity. This includes developing mutually beneficial and sustainable trade, investment platforms, and cooperation in the development of farming and urban infrastructure, and cooperation in future industries for co-prosperity. First, on developing mutual beneficial and sustainable trade and investment platform.
협력을 통해서 상호간
Through solidarity and cooperation to seek co-prosperity amongst the participating countries. I would like to create such model for the countries. As I said, the RCEP has just been concluded, and I believe that if the RCEP is effectuated, then it's going to bring about a huge venue for the further cooperation between Korea and ASEAN, and also at the bilateral level between Korea and ASEAN member countries. Many Korean companies entered the Southeast Asian countries under the new Southern policy. I hope that the Korean companies that invested in these countries and local companies can work together to participating as partners to grow the economy in that region. I sincerely hope that the supply chain will also be strengthened within Korea and the ASEAN member countries, and it will indeed be a win-win model for all the participating countries. As an example, last year we established a training program for the local autonomous automobile engineers in connection with Hyundai's massive investment in Indonesia. And this program helped produce the young talents to become the local automobile engineers, and also created a lot of job opportunities. And this was indeed an opportunity for the young talents to develop their capabilities and in preparation for the new era. The fifth thing I'd like to talk about is development of the win-win, development of the agriculture and fishing villages, and also development of the urban infrastructure. The smart farm, the cooperative projects are gaining a lot of popularity. This is about utilizing ICT and the biotechnologies to come up with the best, the productive farming, the environment, so as to enhance the productivity level So this will be a convergence of the ICT technology and the farming technologies. The smart farm cooperative projects will be applied to has been applied to the strawberries and the paprika with countries like the Philippines and so on. A Korean type model has been applied to improve productivity. This has led to the further projects in Cambodia, Myanmar, Laos, and we are currently exerting a lot of efforts for that. And another thing I'd like to mention is that in the new southern policy related countries, they would like to export a lot of the agricultural products, but because there are very few quarantine facilities, they are unable to export those high quality products to Korea. So as a good example, I'd like to mention that the Korea-Cambodia joint venture, which led to the establishment of the first quarantine facility jointly invested by Korea and Cambodia. And this has led to Cambodia's export of mangoes to the Korean markets. And I'd like to talk about the Smart City Cooperation as well. The many countries in the new Southern Policy-related region are interested in the Smart City Cooperation. Indonesia wants to establish a new capital, and they're very interested in how Korea has developed the relocation, the concept of the new capital. Sixthly, I'd like to talk about cooperation in future industries or co-prosperity. In the digital economy, you will see that because of the COVID-19, that the transition is speeding up. And we talked about the agricultural revolution, industrial revolution, the digital revolution, and the fourth industrial revolution. And this has occurred consecutively for many countries, but for the developing countries, we're looking at the leapfrogging situation where countries tend to skip a stage to move into the next stages of revolution. ICT, the 5G are the advanced technologies that require cooperation, and the Southeast Asian countries want that cooperation with Korea. And we came up with various institutions to enable that kind of support, such as the Science and Industrial Innovation Organization, Science and Technology Cooperation Centers, and Standardization Joint Research Centers. Also, the startups are a promising area of cooperation between Korea and the Southeast Asian countries. And as an example, I'd like to talk about the most successful content that the Korean animation industry has come up with, which is the Baby Shark. Baby Shark was reviewed 7.5 billion times in YouTube, and I think this is a world record. And the Baby Shark animation have entered into the Indonesian market through a joint venture, and I think this is a good case in point. We could hope to expand such cases of cooperation. Lastly, I'd like to talk about peace. There are the traditional security areas, as well as the environment, maritime security, the climate change responses, and natural calamities. These are the non-traditional security areas where we need to come up with joint responses. So our satellites, our satellite could be used to share data with the new southern policy countries, for example. And when it comes to the sea cleaners, the ship project of the Philippines. The sea cleaners are the ships dedicated to cleaning up the maritime, the waste, and we could take part in that. And for the countries like in Vietnam, the Vietnam is trying to improve the resilience of the Mekong region by removing the unexploded bombs in the Vietnam and Cambodia and so on. So we have a big picture with regards to this new southern policy. I talked about that. Another thing I'd like to mention is cooperation in the areas of legislation. I believe that the legal system regulates the state, and when it comes to the legal system, this is a basic framework for countries and activities, and therefore this would really hope to contribute to development of the economy and also democratization. And in this, I sincerely hope that Korea will contribute to the improvement of ASEAN country systems, legal systems, by sharing the information and experience that it's accumulated in the past. Korea signed a legislative cooperation MOU with Cambodia and Indonesia, and is strengthening bilateral legislative cooperation by expanding high-level exchanges between Korea and the new southern region. It supported the establishment of the Myanmar's legal information system in 2016 and also participated in the establishment of the legal information system in Indonesia and provided consulting on improving legislation. And we have held the annual meeting of the Asian legislative expert for the last 7 years. I'm sure that this symposium has contributed to improving the competency of the government officials and relevant agencies in this field. So, as I said, as you can see in the new Southern Policy, the plus, Korea has shown very strong willingness to cooperate. And I sincerely hope that we can promote active exchanges and cooperation in this area of legislation. It is indeed that it is very meaningful that we came together for such a very important symposium. And through this symposium, I sincerely hope that we will be able to come up with better ideas for the cooperation in the field of legislation in the post-corona era. Before I conclude, I would like to, with regards to the new Southern Policy countries, and I'd like to make some suggestions for the audience in the countries of the new Southern Policy region. The new Southern Policy is different from the previous the foreign policies pursued by the previous governments. It is very special and unique in terms of the following characteristics. First, the new Southern Policy tells us that Korea has so much placed the emphasis in the diplomacy with the four powers in the past, but we are now moving away from that, moving up into the new situation, so that we can focus on the other countries and elevate the diplomatic relations to the level of the one that we had with the four powers. Secondly, this is a human-centered approach, and this has been much emphasized by the President Moon Jae-in. He believes that people come first, and such a principle has been applied in formulating the new Southern Policy. Thirdly, I'd like to say that we have had many different initiatives in this region in the past. Mostly they centered around economic cooperation, but we have now expanded to include cooperation of other fields such as the culture, environment, and so on. With this, I'd like to conclude my remarks. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Secretary Yo Han-gu. To the President for New Southern Northern Policy has delivered his keynote address. He has shared the meaning and achievement of the New Southern Policy initiative by sharing various examples and also stress the importance of cooperation in the legislative field. I'd like to once again express gratitude to Secretary Yo Han-gu, and this concludes the opening ceremony. Before we move on to the main session, we will have a brief photo session for the presenters and the discussants. I'd like to kindly ask you to come up to the stage.
네, 감염병 대응 법제화.
We are holding the 8th Asian Legislative Expert Symposium under the theme of legislations on infectious diseases and cooperative measures of Asia countries in the post-COVID-19 era. We have held the opening ceremony and we had the keynote speech delivered. And when you look at the slide, you can see the speakers that are here with us via online. They will also be part of the photo session. I think this will truly make a wonderful photo.
So, give us a big smile, please. Thank you very much. So now we're taking a group photo with our distinguished guests here in Korea on site. And you online. 네, 사진 촬영 한 번 더 찍을까요? 네, 비록 가리고 있지만 눈
So we're wearing masks, so maybe we could show our expression and feelings of pleasure through our eyes.
자, 여러분.
And before we move on to the main presentation session, we will have a brief break. We will begin with the first session at 2:55. The online event is in proceeding. And for those that are participating online, you can check the QR code at the bottom part of the screen. We are having a break. Please allow us that we will not be able to provide beverages or snacks in order to prevent the spread of the COVID-19. So we'd like to kindly ask for your understanding. We will be
새로운 언어를 쓸 수 있다면 어떨 것 같으신가요? 한 개도 아니고 두 개도 아니고 12개의 언어를 원어민처럼 쓸 수 있다면요. 평범한 직장인 이봄. 그녀는 여러 나라 언어로 번역한 법을 법제처 생활법령 사이트에 올리는 일을 하고 있습니다.
아휴, 고생했네.
평소와 다름없는 아침. 하지만 일어난 이봄은 뭔가 이상함을 느낍니다. 갑자기 영어로 말하기 시작하는데 한국어를 까먹은 듯 한글을 읽지도 못하고 생각나지도 않습니다. 꿈이라고 생각한 이봄은 꿈에서 깨기 위해 여러 가지 시도를 해보지만 모든 것은 현실이었습니다.
It's a dream, right? Explain me, please. It's a dream. Hey! Do you speak English? Or Korean? Where am I? Is this dream? Please tell me! Anyone!
출근 시간이 다가오고 결국 이봄은 영어만 할 줄 아는 상태로 출근을 합니다. 초조한 그녀. 엘리베이터 앞에서 동료들을 만나는데요.
안녕하세요. 왜 그래요?
동료들은 웬일인지 모두 마스크를 쓰고 있습니다. 궁금하지만 그녀는 물어볼 수 없어요. 영어밖에 못하거든요. 엘리베이터에서 내리길 기다리고 있는데 동료가 그녀에게 묻습니다.
네?
자신도 모르게 영어로 대답을 하는 이봄. 이봄의 영어 대답에 동료들은 당황해합니다. 그녀는 고민에 빠집니다. 이대로라면 오늘 근무가 불가능할 것 같기 때문이죠. 굳은 결심을 하고 뭔가를 써내려가기 시작합니다. 번역기로 영어를 한국어로 바꾸고 있어요.
실례합니다.
조퇴를 하고 싶은 건데요.
오늘 일찍 들어가야 한다고 생각합니다.
그녀의 말에 당황해하는 상사. 하루 종일 이상한 그녀였기 때문에 얼른 가보라고 합니다. 조퇴를 하고 드디어 돌아온 그녀. 집에 오니까 힘이 쭉 빠지는데요.
Why does all this happen to me?
이 말도 안 되는 상황이 내일은 괜찮아지길 빌면 아직 해가 지지도 않았지만 잠에 듭니다.
And it's all gonna be alright.
다음 날 아침, 과연 그녀는 돌아왔을까요?
헐.
이런 중국어로 말하고 있네요. 그 다음 날,
일본어.
오늘은 일본어인가 봐요. 그 다음 날,
파사타이.
태국어까지? 다음 날, 오늘은 바뀌었을까요?
아랍어.
아랍어를 말하고 있네요.
매일매일 일어날 때마다 다른 언어를 사용하게 되는 이봄. 하루에 한 가지 언어. 다른 언어는 다 있고 오로지 하나의 언어를 모국어처럼 사용할 수 있는데요. 엎친 데 덮친 격으로 감염병이 전 세계적으로 확산이 되고 관련 법들이 바뀌기 시작합니다.
아직 안 마셨어요?
그녀가 대비할 수 있는 일은 법제처 외국어 생활법령정보 서비스에서 번역된 법령들을 확인하는 것. 그녀는 언제쯤 원래대로 돌아갈 수 있을까요? 생활법령 사이트를 이용해 이 봄은 감염병에 잘 대비할 수 있을까요? 지금까지 매일 12언어로 말하는 여자였습니다.
What kind of minds are these that the gods on television gave us? Won't be long until we disappear again. Here we are.
네, 여러분 즐거운 휴식 시간 굉장히 짧은.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a very short but I'm hoping enjoyable break. Now we are ready to begin session 1. We have two sessions today. Session 1 is going to deal with the response to COVID-19 legislation related to infectious diseases. There will be 4 presentations and the general discussion session. And Korea and the Vietnam and other countries are going to give us a presentations on this very important topic. Theme 1 is on main contents of the legislation related to infectious diseases in Korea. We invite Senior Research Fellow of the Korea Legislation Research Institute, Dr. Lee Jun-seo. Please give him a big hand.
Good afternoon. I'm Lee Jun-seo from the Korea Legislation Research Institute. I'd like to thank Minister Lee Kang-seop and President Kim Ge-hong for inviting me to this meaningful conference. We are all facing the spread of the COVID-19. And I believe there must have been a lot of difficulties in preparing for the seminar. So I'd like to pay tribute for all those that took part in organizing the staff. I am given 15 minutes, which is not a long time, but I hope that I could make a little difference and contribution to all of you who have prepared for this seminar. Today I'd like to introduce the 3 COVID acts and Korea's COVID-19 responses. I'd like to focus on the achievements and tasks of Korea in the response to COVID-19. Well, of course, the legislative details of the 3 COVID acts would be important, but at the same time, I think the policy measures that we took would also be very meaningful and interesting to other Asian countries. These are the three parts of my presentation. The first is the lessons from MERS, and the second is COVID-19 responses, and the third is achievements and tasks. And first, we'd like to look at what kind of lesson we learned from the MERS outbreak. I will be brief in this part. When we talk about the quarantine system, we have to take note of the two series of MERS outbreak in 2015 and 2018. They have been major turning points. The MERS is the Middle East Respiratory Syndrome. It mainly breaks out in MERS, but in Korea, we had 186 confirmed cases and 36 deaths in South Korea, so that has been a major event. Back then, the Korean government did acknowledge partly of its failure in quarantine, but they didn't end at that. They decided to learn from the failure and to take improvement measures. So after that, the so-called MERS white paper was released, and this was used to complement the quarantine system through various legislative improvements. And we have focused on the actual symptoms and quarantines in the actual sites and provided new legal basis for various quarantine activities. And I'll go into the details later on. We have learned lessons in 2015, and so in the 2018 MERS outbreak, we were relatively more successful in responding to MERS. The red points to Korea. As you can see, in 2015, it is very high, but in 2018, we can see the number hardly exists. So this means that within 3 years, we quite successfully responded to the MERS. And the government has a stance that it is better to over-respond than being too late. So we pursued a preemptive measure to control the spread of the infectious disease. Well, we did succeed in controlling the MERS in 2018. Nevertheless, there were areas of improvement. So we decided that we should make amendments and improvements. So according to that, we amended the Infectious Disease Prevention Act after MERS. One reform measure was to reform the infectious disease classification system. Previously, there was a group classification system, but this was reorganized into a level classification system based on the severity, transmission rate, isolation level, and reporting time. We also installed and operated an emergency situation room, and we also assigned at least one doctoral degree epidemiological investigator among 2 or more epidemiological investigators on the municipal and the provincial level. And so we have made these type of legislative and policy responses based on the lessons learned from MERS as we fight the COVID-19 pandemic. I'm sure you're all familiar with these type of legislations in all your legislative areas. The white circles have a smaller number of articles which are less relevant to the infectious disease, and the darker the color, the more relevant they are to the infectious disease. So one is related to public health and medical service, and next is on quarantine. And another area is on the prevention of infectious disease, and another is on medical service and pharmaceutical affairs, and also for group facilities such as a military school and other occupational safety and health. And so to point out the most critical and most relevant legislations, they would be the Quarantine Act, the Medical Service Act, and the Infectious Disease Prevention and Control Act. So in short, we call them the 3 COVID Acts. The Quarantine Act covers the regulations on the procedures on inspecting people, transportation means, cargoes entering and leaving Korea, and measures to prevent infectious diseases. And so for the level 1 to 5 infectious diseases are under the Quarantine Act, and it also includes various infection and disinfection, and also vaccination activities under the Infectious Disease and Control and Prevention Act. At the Samsung Seoul Medical Center, there was a massive in-hospital outbreak. And we have also made revisions in the Medical Service Act to regulate necessary aspects of in the hospital facility. So these are the major 3 COVID acts. Under the Quarantine Act, well, the 3 COVID Act were amended at the end of February. So when you look at the contents, first under the Quarantine Act, the new definition of the infectious disease are now based on contacts rather than symptoms because there are asymptomatic patients for the COVID-19. Previously, symptom had been the main criteria, but the measures are now based on contacts. And the previous areas for contaminations have also been newly designated as quarantine control areas and main quarantine control areas. And anyone entering from or passing the contained areas are to be report their health condition. And in case a commissioner of KDCA feels a need, they could ask the Minister of Justice to suspend or prohibit the entry into Korea for serious risk cases. And also under the Infectious Disease Prevention Act, when a suspected case refuses infectious disease pathogen testing, the doctor, the medical staff could report to the healthcare center in the jurisdiction, just as a recent case in Korea. And just like the COVID-19, and also there could be a mandatory pathogen test taken for such suspected cases. And the information could also be disclosed through the governmental IT system for the routes of the movement. And if they are suspected to be infected, they are to be checked first, and once confirmed, they shall be accompanied by the government official to receive treatments or be hospitalized. And we also expanded the range of cooperation for the police chief in the process of investigation and diagnosis, isolation, and we also strengthened punishment for non-followers of the isolation process. And we also strengthened the investigation authority of the KDCA commissioner and also for the epidemiological investigators. For the municipal bodies, 2 investigators are designated, but for the metropolitan area, we increased the number from 30 to 100. And in case of an outbreak of a level 1 infectious disease, the non-medical supplies, including surgery masks and other medical supplies, are prohibited to be exported or transferred overseas. And also, we stipulated a new clause for the protection of the vulnerable in case of a crisis alert of caution or higher under the Disaster Act of Korea. Masks will be provided to the vulnerable, including children and older generation, using the social welfare facilities. And as for the Medical Service Act, it defines the hospital infection and has provided a greater obligation on the founder of the medical institution. In case a medical institution temporarily or permanently closes, the diagnosis record is to be transferred to the head of the region healthcare center so that the diagnosis record is kept in a seamless manner for utilization. And this covers the legislative responses. And the policy responses also was made based on the legislative responses. As you all know, on January 20th this year, the Chinese entering from Wuhan was the first confirmed patient in Korea. And on January 31st, there were Koreans who temporarily returned from Wuhan. And so they temporarily stayed at the National Human Resource Development Institute at Jincheon. And the patient 31 refused to take the pathogen test and then continued to attend religious services. And so this led to the so-called mass outbreak at Shincheonji. And as a result, the Shincheonji closed its facilities and went through emergency quarantine procedures. And this location was in Daegu. So in this region, there was some discussion on making the testing more efficient. So the drive-through screening center was first operated in the Jincheon, in the Daegu Chilgok area For the face-to-face screening, it would normally take 30 minutes to 1 hour, but through the drive-through screening test center, it would take only a couple of minutes for the doctor's interview and have the specimen collected in a non-contact basis. And at the end of 2020, the so-called 3 COVID acts were unanimously passed in Korea. And because of the shortage of mask supplies, we also implemented a 5-day rotation system for purchasing 2 masks per person at the during March. I believe it was around March 4th. The outbreak, the confirmed cases caused from the Shincheonji mass infection reached almost 5,000. So this led the government to delay the opening of schools and also to implement enhanced social distancing. And the elementary and the secondary school students were to receive online classes. I believe it was during April 20th. After implementing the enhanced social distancing, we succeeded in bringing down the number of confirmed cases, and we even brought down to a 1-digit number, which seems kind of like a dream today. So we could ease the distancing to distancing in daily life. But May 6th, I remember, was a Tuesday. There was Saturday. May 5th was Tuesday, and during that period there was a long period of national holiday, and that was when the mass infection broke out at the club in Itaewon. At first, the confirmed number was 15, but this grew to about 102. It seemed that it became stabilized, but soon after that, the August 15th liberation mass assembly also led to an escalated number, which increased the number to over 250. So this led us to implement the social distancing level 2.5. So that was, to level 2, and then afterwards it was strengthened once again to level 2.5. On the left-hand side, you can see that assembly is prohibited. For indoor, 50 people, outdoor, 100 people, and for sports events, they are to proceed without audience. And for level 2.5, restaurants and bakery can only do delivery and takeout after 9 p.m., which is a reinforced measure. And this was a temporary 2.5, and this was reflected in the revision of the social distancing guidelines. And in September, the KDCD was elevated to Korea Disease Control and Prevention Agency. And in order to fight the dual spread of influenza and the COVID-19, we started the influenza vaccination. And then recently, in November 7th, we revised the social distancing guideline to the 5 levels. I understand 2 days ago, the confirmed number was 340. Previously, this could have meant that we had to do level 3 distancing. But we have added some in-between buffers to the previous social distancing guideline. So next, I'd like to look at what we achieved through our response and also our future challenges. I'd like to cite the study results of Guardian. Of course, this is something natural, but among the OECD countries, the report says that there is a clear link between high numbers of deaths from the virus and a weaker economy. That is, the higher the number of deaths, the deeper the economic recession. So this is where Korea stands. So we have to fight the number of deaths. So in a sense, a best quarantine policy is the best economic policy in this situation. And other journals like Wall Street Journal and the Washington Post also cited Korea's COVID-19 responses in a positive perspective, and they were open to criticism and communication, and also centralized control and communication. And Korea has also strengthened its so-called K quarantine based on the so-called 3 T's of testing, tracing, and treating. We're working on creating an international standardization based on this. And large number of the diagnostic tests have been exported from Korea to other countries. And to share my view on the achievements of responding to COVID-19 is that we could strengthen our independence. And we can cite that the independence of the Center for Disease Control and Prevention has been enhanced, as the status has been raised to an agency instead of a center. And next, we could cite the swiftness of the response. In the initial stage, the diagnosis tests were not produced by the public sector alone, but countries like Seijin or Kojin Biotech collaborated with the government to produce the testing kits. Normally, the approval would take 6 months, but this was shortened to 2 weeks so that we could swiftly utilize the test kits. And thoroughness is another achievement, and the same with flexibility. An example would be the drive-through screening center in the Daegu Chilgok region. Also, the Wuhan Koreans that were, when they were first temporarily isolated in the Human Resource Development Center, we referred to this to operate the community treatment centers to secure beds and isolation facilities. And another main achievement is transparency, because there will be mistakes. Not everything could be successful. And the government was open to apologize on its mistakes related to the contact information of patients number 3 to 6 when they entered into Korea. The patient number 2 had symptoms of fever, but for the case of patient 3, it was an asymptomatic patient, and the patient number 3 had a meal with patient number 6. So in about 3 to 5 days, he was very active. This patient was very active in the region, and the government was open about apologizing its mistake in related to the contact info, and this also led to bringing up the level of trust of the public. And next is the acceptance of this new system. The social distancing was originally proposed by the Seoul Metropolitan Government, but we decided to officialize this with an administrative order to develop a new system. And another achievement would be the active participation on the part of the public. And let's take a look at the future tasks, because the COVID-19 is not likely to disappear overnight. So there are needs to discuss and think about some future conflicts. The first is the conflict between the freedom of religious assembly and association, and and the nation's obligation to protect people's life and health. There's a freedom to religion and also the freedom to assembly and association under the Constitution. In cases it undermines the public health or security of a nation, it could be undermined or limited. But there could be some misunderstanding about this conflict of constitutional rights. So it is important to promote the correct understanding. And when the massive outbreak took place in the Itaewon Club, we used the telecommunication base stations to collect the personal data of about hundreds of people that were at that area at the same time. And this also led to the issue of the personal information protection. And next is the safety band for the self-isolation citizens. In case they leave the area that they are supposed to stay at, they were to wear this wristband, but this also caused some issues about human rights violations, so the system was then abandoned. Then next about how we manage the super spreaders, such as the patient 31 and another confirmed cases, that is a so-called Incheon instructor. That was the seventh confirmed case, and then he first lied about his whereabouts at the Itaewon Club, and then he did his lectures to the students, and he also got on taxis, and he also attended a birthday party, and then this led to a massive spread. So it's important to enhance the level of trust in the government responses so that the citizens are encouraged to self-quarantine themselves in case of symptoms. And the next is on the anxiety and hatred over infectious diseases. Originally, when the Koreans who returned from Wuhan were to be isolated at the Jincheon National Human Resource Development Institution, there was a large complaint and objection. And then, after a lot of awareness campaigns, this attitude had changed to a more positive attitude, and then they started encouragement campaigns afterwards. And next is about the so-called sexual minorities. The reason why the so-called Incheon instructor lied about his whereabouts was because he was actually a sexual minority, and he was afraid that he could be unjustly criticized because of his status. So this has to do with non-discrimination and also a stronger confidence in the government. If he had a bigger confidence in the government, then he could have been more candid in the epidemiological investigation, and this could have prevented a massive spread. There are efforts to revise the non-discrimination legislation in Korea, and I believe there is some room for improvement. And the next is about the influence of vaccination. Compared to last year, the Korean government was very intent in providing a high level of vaccination, and also increased the age group for free vaccination for the youth as well as for the elderly. But nevertheless, we found out that the number of people that had the influenza vaccination was lower by 10% compared to last year. This was because there were rumors concerning over the casualty after receiving influenza vaccination. So there's a need to have a clearer communication about the vaccination. And we're now witnessing the so-called third wave of spread. If this daily confirmed number of 300 and over continues, this means that we will soon have a shortage of beds and wards in the hospitals. So it's important to secure enough healthcare manpower. And on the left bottom part, this is kind of a challenging event to encourage the medical staff. As we see, over 300 of patients from the COVID-19, I think we can no longer depend on the medical staff's commitment only. So this means that we need to extend the public health care facility as well as the manpower. With that, I'd like to conclude my presentation. Thank you. Thank you very much. And we have listened to the first presentation. Senior Research Fellow Lee Jun-seo from the Korea Legislation Research Institute has went over the overall legislative and policy response under the COVID-19 era.
There will be now country presentations about the response measures and the legislations sought against the COVID-19 situation. Nguyen Tin Duc of the Institute of State and Law is going to deliver. He's going to deliver on the Vietnamese case.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Duc Nguyen. I work as a research fellow at the Institute of State and Law, Vietnam Academy of Social Sciences. So today my presentation is about Vietnam's legal and policy measures against COVID-19. So far, the COVID-19 has claimed more than 1 million lives worldwide and shown disinterest in slowing down regardless of borders or temperature. So for now, Vietnam has earned praise from the international community and its people for the effective COVID-19 responses. As of the time of this presentation, the COVID-19 pandemic has claimed only 35 fatalities with well over 1,000 infection cases. So these numbers might seem bizarre to observers unfamiliar with Vietnam, considering its geography, population density, limited resources, and underdeveloped healthcare infrastructure. So the question is, what made Vietnam stand out in the struggle against this invisible enemy? So my presentation is divided into 3 parts. So the next part will present to you the timeline of the COVID-19 pandemic in Vietnam, in which, so for the purpose of this presentation, I'm going to offer some takeaways on critical junctures and measures taken by the government. So the pandemic is divided into 3 phases. The first phase also where the first cases of domestic transmission were found in the country. On 23rd of January, 2 men from Wuhan, China, arrived in Nha Trang City. They were reported as the first confirmed cases of the novel coronavirus in Vietnam. So as soon as January, Vietnam closed overland borders with China and suspended all flights from and to China. It also established the National Steering Committee to coordinate COVID-19 policy measures. At the same time, specialized task forces were set up at central and provincial hospitals. The government started a proactive containment strategy, ramping up testing capacity, applying 4-tier contact tracing based on the degree of contact with the infected, and quarantining suspected cases based on their epidemiological risk of infection. Mass gathering, travel and mobility restrictions, targeted lockdowns in suspected clusters were implemented based on evolving epidemiological evidence over time. So in this phase, there were 16 cases and all recovered in February. The second wave, as where imported virus shook the country. On 6th March, the patient 0 was the patient number 17 returning from Europe, marking the new phase of the COVID-19 pandemic. The urgency prompted the government to impose stricter mobility restrictions measures. As the number of the COVID-19 cases surpassed 200, the Prime Minister Nguyen Xuan Phuc declared the COVID-19 outbreak as a nationwide pandemic. And nationwide social distancing for 15 days started from 1st April. Every household, village, commune, district in entirety, and traveling with as unknown community transmission caught the country off guard. On 25th July, community transmitted cases were confirmed at Da Nang hospitals to other localities, including Hanoi and Ho Chi Minh City. So far, the source of infection has remained unknown, yet harsh local measures were applied swiftly. So this phase also witnessed a change in the government's approach to the pandemic. Unlike the second wave, the government and the people coped with the third wave with more serenity and composure. So the Prime Minister ordered local leaders to take initiatives under the framework set out earlier by the central government. Accordingly, Da Nang and other localities affected by COVID-19 went into lockdowns, while the country sidestepped a total nationwide lockdown, making room to jumpstart the economy, especially Hanoi and Ho Chi Minh City, which had been hard hit since the second phase. So Vietnam's success is attributable to 5 elements, as we already indicated in our paper. You can read it in more detail. So the first element is resolute leadership. The resolute leadership is reflected in the very early responses of the government. The government and political elites have also displayed great attention and respect for scientific opinions and recognized the novel virus's imminent threat. Therefore, in the early stages of the COVID-19 pandemic, Vietnam took the precautionary actions and initiatives more rapidly and more stringently than recommended by the World Health Organization. For example, harsh measures with regards to mobility, control of essential goods stockpiling and hoarding. It bears noting that the government has promoted war rhetoric in fighting the COVID-19 with the slogan, "Fighting against the epidemic is like fighting against the enemy," in an attempt to call for the people's unity and solidarity. Is also shown willingness to protect public health at the expense of the economy. So overall, prioritizing the people's lives and romanticizing the struggle have helped a great deal to bolster the legitimacy of the government's actions and induce popular compliance. The second element is transparency. Clear messages and warnings of epidemic were issued by the government even before the first cases recorded, contributing to the effectiveness of propaganda and communication to the public. Disease information and statistics were updated daily on official portals and popular media and newspapers. During the early stage of the outbreak, rumors had it that the Vietnamese authority was hiding information about the novel pneumonia-like illness, which stirred public confusion and anxiety. In response, the authorities and mainstream media went some length to dispel the concern by reassuring the public that transparency is the cornerstone in combating the spread of the novel coronavirus. Data and information from 4 public health emergency operation centers of Vietnam were directly connected to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention of the US and therefore shared openly to the global database. The third element is central local government coordination. So in some countries, fragmented COVID-19 responses were in part resulted from the decentralization of health, police, and emergency services to local governments in the face of exponential spread of the virus from one province to another. Meanwhile, leaders in many localities found themselves lonely in the struggle without adequate guidance and support from the central or federal level. And as already indicated in our paper, the cases of Hanoi and Da Nang offers a key window into this dynamic. Its success has relied on both reaching downward and upward by strengthening coordination with lower administrative levels, effectively utilizing centralized resources, including the Vietnamese army and specialized units led by healthcare experts. The fourth element is public participation. So, for SARS and Ebola experiences show us that popular awareness and public responses to a pandemic help mitigate its impacts. So public participation could be witnessed through various groups' voluntary activities in Vietnam, including those of residential, work-related, and informal groups. Since the first phase, residential groups have played a vital role in disseminating information widely to citizens by traditional means of public announcements, leaflets, posters, standees. So many apartment and office buildings took initiatives by regularly checking incomers' temperature, disinfecting the area, setting up self-sanitizing booths and stations nearby. Despite business difficulties, many enterprises also went an extra mile to do their share by giving away, donating masks, essential goods, cash, or proposing their places for isolation camps. And the fifth element is adequate preparedness. So since the SARS pandemic, Vietnam has made continuous efforts to strengthen its national capacity for emerging infectious disease control by investing in organizational systems, building physical facilities, buying equipment and supplies, and training healthcare workers. So besides, access to health insurance has grown over time, now covering 90% of the Vietnamese citizens, coupling with the government's free of charge quarantine policy. So as a result, free from the worry about whether formal or informal cost from COVID-19 tests, mandatory in hospitalization or isolation, Vietnamese citizens are more likely and willing to abide by extensive contact tracing and strict quarantine measures. So, for the next part, I'm going to highlight some key legal and policy actions in the time of COVID-19 taken by Vietnam. In my paper, is discussed in some length, but in a nutshell, I'm going to sum up some key points. So, first, in terms of emergency laws, in the interest of clarity, the country has never declared a state of public emergency since the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic. The legal nature of its measures seem to have amounted to derogations of rights provided under Article 4 of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. So in our view, the situation faced Vietnam should be regarded as an unofficial or quasi-emergency. So interestingly, in the eye of the authority, actions taken to crush the virus were characterized as pre-emergency measures which were deemed necessary to address an urgent but not imminent threat as in the case of emergency. So therefore, the legality of the prevention measures is somewhat debatable. However, we also contend in our paper an overemphasis on legal aspects of the emergency power may fail to appreciate its legitimacy, notwithstanding the lack of a sound legal basis. The Vietnam government's measures were legitimate and authoritative, as empirical evidence suggested that state action still garnered broad support from the people. For example, a survey conducted by British market research and data analytics firm YouGov, which polled people in 26 countries and territories between 5th and 13th May, found that 97% of Vietnamese placing their trust in the government's handling of the epidemic, and 88% believing the pandemic situation is improving. Hence, albeit facing a legal challenge, Vietnam's COVID-19 measures were legitimized by the people and therefore by no means deprived of authority. So in terms of laws and policies on the economy, social security, and the environment, in a nutshell, in the current climate, the economy is pretty much up in the air as a Great Depression is looming large. Enterprises are prone to lay off or furlough off workers, worsening the crisis facing Vietnam, and we believe is similar in other parts of the world. So therefore, it is a critical moment for the government to take a more proactive role and direct its support to businesses and different segments of the population. So this is like one stone, two birds, as the government's support may help businesses weather the COVID-19 induced crisis and retain workers in employment, thus minimizing the shock of a social crisis. So in April, as in Vietnam, the government issued the first relief package to help individuals and businesses affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. However, this policy was not easily accessible for the employees and employers, as it set out numerous unpractical eligibilities. So the second relief package is underway and expected to address the shortcomings of the first one. It will also extend the coverage to those with hardships like rent payments or upbringing children under 6. Moreover, tax relief measures, suspension of payment of social insurance, jet fuel tax cut were also enacted. So, during the pandemic, Vietnam witnessed an exponential increase in domestic violence cases. So during the lockdown, the help hotlines operated in the country received twice as many calls for help on the year-to-year basis. In response to domestic violence against women and children while social distancing at home, the government of Vietnam, in collaboration with other partners, have jointly launched various projects and campaigns to induce popular compliance with the sanction restrictions and also to address the negative impacts of the lockdowns. So that's it for my presentation, and I look forward to your opinion and discussion. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Please give a big round of applause to the presenter. We just heard about the Vietnam case, about the policy measures taken by Vietnam and the laws and policies against the COVID-19 in Vietnam.
And next, we'd like to listen to the presentation on the legal and policy measures against COVID-19 in Taiwan. From the Science and Technology Law Institute, researcher Wang Do-ying will make the presentation. We will meet him via online.
Where you are. Unfortunately, we have to meet in virtual today, but I hope you all be well in this difficult time. I'm Wang De-ying, a fellow of Science and Technology Law Institute of III here based in Taiwan. We're a top legal and policy think tank in Taiwan, which focuses on legal and policy issues in science and technology regulation field, especially in personal data protection, novel technology regulations, cybersecurity administration, and government-funded science and technology R&D programs. It is my honor to share with you how Taiwan has done to condemn the pandemic. Before we jump into the legal and policy measures Taiwan has done, I would like to introduce the performance of Taiwan under the pandemic briefly. This slide was made in early October, so the number has changed with the time goes by, but the general picture remained the same. Till the video was recorded, Taiwan has roughly 550 cases in total. Most of them has been recovered from the COVID-19 with only 7 days. Besides, most cases are imported cases. Actually, there's no local cases in almost 6 months. But how could Taiwan achieve this? Proper legal structure over administration's suitable policy tools and the cooperation among civil society might be key reasons. All the norms to deal with the outbreak was made in normal legal process. The main legal basis of policy measures is the Communicable Disease Control Act. This act has more than half-century history and has been majorly amended after SARS, according to lessons learned from that period. It offers major structure about how Taiwan deals with communicable diseases. It includes a central epidemic control center, prevention and control measures like border control or quarantine, and the expropriation of medical devices. Taiwan also legislated a special act in February. It has a limited implementation time period from January this year to June next year. This special act offers more policy tools like allowance or compensations for quarantine and medical workers. It also provides relief and rehabilitation measures and gives government personal data processing a special regulation under pandemic. Based on the legal structure mentioned above, Taiwan has took numerous measures to fight the outbreak. Some may say there are hundreds of it, but we can simply categorize it into the following 6 key reasons. The main spirit of Taiwan's response toward the pandemic can be described as to block the disease outside the territory, to prevent possible local transmit, and to get prepared for the worst. So, Taiwan launched an early border quarantine inspection and border control, and using technology to facilitate quarantine and self-isolating to stop the COVID-19 outside the territory. Besides, Taiwan encouraged people wearing masks. It even became a mandate regulation on public transport systems. But to fulfill the dramatically growth need of masks and other medical devices needed to handle the pandemic, Taiwan government took measures to ensure the supply of key medical devices. Also, Taiwan government took measures to secure medical assistance, including issuing guidelines on patient risk grading, requesting hospitals to implement infection control measures, and coordinating negative pressure quarantine wards across the nation. Meanwhile, to gain people's trust and cooperation, Taiwan government to take frequent and in-time public communication measures. Lastly, after the outbreak had been stabilized, Taiwan government launched numerous relief and revitalization measures like the triple stimulus vouchers. Following, I would like to take some time to take a close look on reaction number 1, 2, 3, and 5. The first key reaction is Taiwan's early border quarantine inspection and border control. This measure effectively made most cases detected on the border and kept it out of the community. As shown in the slide, Taiwan started the border control measures very early. It can trace back to December 21st last year. And the measure had been adjusted with the development of the pandemic both globally and locally. It went strict as the pandemic spread around the world and loosened when Taiwan is relatively safe and be able to regain a relatively normal life. The adjustment was made by CCC with recommendations of professional expertise. The second key reaction is the use of technology to facilitate quarantine and self-isolating. Unlike other countries, Taiwan does not enact a contact tracing app to ordinary people. However, Taiwan do use so-called digital fencing tracking system to reduce the use of human resources to accomplish the quarantine and self-isolating tasks. Quarantine and self-isolating people are requested to keep their cell phone open and offer the address where they plan to stay during the quarantine and self-isolating time. The government will use cell site-based geolocation tracking to make sure people stay where they should be. If they leave the location, aka the cell signal went out of the electronic fence which was made with cell site signals. The system will send an alert to government, and government official will try to reach the person to understand what's going on. This use of technology can reduce the use of human resources to track the quarantine executions, and also it can reduce the possibility that the quarantine or self-isolating people to be identified by other systems. It can also prevent potential discrimination and unnecessary panic. The third key reaction is to secure key medical supplies, especially masks. Before the pandemic, Taiwan can only produce 2 million masks per day. There's a huge gap between the production capacity and the need of people. So, besides making the expiration temporary, which has retreated, and start to expiration masks, Taiwan government was working with machine tool industry to form a so-called national mask team to expand production lines. The national mask team is not formed through any type of norms, but it was formed under purely volunteer basis. The team quickly delivered tens of mass production lines, leading the mass production capacity of Taiwan gradually grows to 20 million per day in roughly 3 months. It is a 10-time growth. Meanwhile, Taiwan government should also build a rotation system which allow people buying certain amount of masks in a given period of time in convenience stores or pharmacies. The amount of masks allowed buying was grows as the production capacity grows. Today, people can buy 9 pieces of expired masks every 2 weeks, but if it is a kit mask, the number will be 10. Besides, in order to help people to know which sales site is still available with masks, Taiwan government released raw data of mask selling records, allowing civil society to build up dozens of so-called mask map to smooth the buying process. The fifth key reaction is an in-time public communications. Taiwan's CECC hold media conference with pandemic situation and government's response on a daily basis since the CECC established in early January. Later, CECC changed the frequency to once a week in June after no local cases reported 8 weeks in a row. Also, CECC used social medias like Facebook or Instagram to communicate with civil society directly. Those measures do help the CECC to gain public support in doing precaution measures. In the last slide, I would like to spend some time to share my initial thoughts about the context that led Taiwan's reaction on the pandemic. First, it is a SARS experience. Taiwan learned a lot with great price in the SARS period. The SARS experience not only led dramatic amendment to the Communicable Disease Control Act, but also make ordinary people as well as expertise to be alert to novel diseases. It is because it is the very recent that Taiwan people started to discuss on social media after we received the news about Wuhan's mysterious novel disease in December. The discussion was noticed by government officials in December 23rd last year, so this is why Taiwan could act so early. The second context is the imperfect statehood of Taiwan. The imperfect statehood nature meant Taiwan is excluded from the World Health governance systems. It made people realize that we could only stand together and be cooperate and endure that inconvenience. And it allowed people and the government to keep eyes clean before international community start to take things seriously. It may be a blessing in disguise in this perspective. The third context is the heritage of developmental state. Indeed, Taiwan might not be seen as a developmental state today, but it is because the long-term history of state-led industrial development. Let the industries and the government still be familiar with each other today. This is the very reason why the government can coordinate the expansion of production lines so quickly with the industry. The last one is the vibrant civil society in Taiwan. After the democratic transition since last 1980s, Taiwan's civil society has grown to become a key force to push Taiwan moving forward. And the government has learned that if they can cooperate with civil society, it will make things much more easier. So it is why Taiwan can open mass cell data to the public, and the openness and cooperation do pay off. In the end, we might be able to say that Taiwan's response to the pandemic is deeply rooted in its own social and in its social and economical backgrounds and the geopolitical status. Thank you for your listening.
네, 발표 잘
Thank you very much for the presentation. We have listened to the status in Taiwan. We are now listening to the legislations and policy responses of Asian countries. And next, from Taiwan, we'd like to invite Permanent Law Counselor Natanan Asalarak of the Office of the Council of State of Thailand.
Minister of Government Legislation, President of Korean Legislation Research Institute, distinguished guests, speakers, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great pleasure to participate in the 8th Asia Legislative Expert Symposium program on legislation on infectious diseases and cooperative measures of Asian countries in the post-COVID-19 era. COVID-19 pandemic is a serious threat to all countries and also Thailand. Learning experience of Asian countries on this issue would be benefit to us all. Therefore, thank you, LS, for arranging this useful symposium. My presentation on Thailand's legal and policy measures against COVID-19 are in 3 topics on public health, economy, and tourism. First, measures and policy on public health. Measures has been taken upon infection situation, including of confirmed patient, as I'm going to show you as follows. In January, in the outbreak of COVID-19 around December 2019, Thai government did not prohibit tourists from China and other countries to travel to Thailand. The Department of Disease Control, or DDC, has strengthened the health screening measures at all ports of entry. Any passenger who has a body temperature over 37.5 degrees Celsius with respiratory symptoms must be sent to a hospital for further medical evaluation and may be quarantined for 14 days. In February, the Minister of Public Health issued a notification prescribed COVID-19 to be a dangerous communicable disease. Therefore, legal measures under the Communicable Disease Act 2015 are applied to respond COVID-19, such as duty to notify the occurrence of a dangerous communicable disease, and power of the Communicable Disease Control Officer, and power of the provincial governor in order to carry out measures on preventive or control the disease. In March, the Minister of Public Health issued a notification prescribing port cities of People's Republic of China, Republic of Korea, Italian Republic, and Islamic Republic of Iran. Subject to the notification, the conveyance owner or operator whose conveyance coming from infected area are to perform and comply therewith, including cause concerned medical treatment and quarantine. On March 19, DDC stated 2 high-risk groups of COVID-19 infection cases. First group was people working in entertainment spots. The other group was people who had been to boxing stadiums in Bangkok. The total number of patients were 109. The provincial governors of Bangkok and other 4 provinces declared orders to temporarily close places such as schools, hotels, restaurants, department stores, and factories in order to curtail the virus infection. Thousands of Thai and foreign migrant workers returned to their home provinces and countries due to such order. This increases the risk of infection spreading across the country. On March 25th, the minister issued the declaration of an emergency situation nationwide. This declaration empowered the Prime Minister to use the force of administrative officials, civil officials, police officers, and military officers to jointly provide assistance, prevent, remedy, suppress, withhold the emergency situation, and provide assistance to the people. It was enforced throughout the kingdom from March to April and has been extended until the end of November 2020. The Prime Minister also announced the regulation to provide rules and guidelines for government agencies in many areas, such as prohibition of entry into high-risk areas, closure of places that are at risk to the transmission of the disease, and measures on disease prevention. Moreover, the Prime Minister has established Center for COVID-19 Situation Administration, or CCSA, to serve the purpose of arranging the structure of the organization appropriate for the performance of its duty and to remedy the emergency situation in an appropriate and effective manner. The structure of CCSA is composed of the Prime Minister as the Director and permanent secretaries of related ministerials as the head of the operation centers. In April, since coronavirus spread across the country, the Prime Minister announced the regulation stated a curfew throughout the country starting from 10 p.m. to 4 a.m. It was effective from April 2020. The Civil Aviation Authority of Thailand issued a notification on a temporary ban on all international flights to Thailand. The period of ban has been subsequently extended by another 3 notifications until June 2020. During May to October, the situation of persons infected with COVID-19 had been improving. Number of people infected with COVID-19 was significantly down. The majority of patients with a confirmed COVID-19 cases are persons coming from abroad. Respective authorities also relaxed the restrictions. Places, businesses, and activities have been permitted to open for operation. Persons responsible for such places, businesses, and activities must comply with disease prevention measures, recommendations of the government, as well as relevant law, rules, and regulations. Customers or persons entering into such places or participating in such activities have to wear masks, practice social distancing, and comply with disease prevention measures prescribed by the government, as well as checking in via the prescribed application. The Minister of Public Health issued a notification released locality of port cities of People's Republic of China and Republic of Korea from COVID-19 infected zones due to the situation of COVID-19 infection in such countries has been dealt effectively. The Civil Aviation Authority of Thailand issued a notification permitting specified aircrafts and passengers to enter Thailand. However, this notification does not include tourists. The emergency situation in all areas of Kingdom of Thailand has been extended. It will last until the end of November 2020 and may be continued for another month if the Prime Minister deems appropriate. Let's move to the second topic, legal and policy measures on economy. During March to April, the government issued lots of measures to support employees, business owners, and people affected by the spread of COVID-19. These are examples of such measures. Measures for employees and people are measures to reduce the amount of contributions to the Social Security Fund, measures to entitle unemployment benefits to insured persons who could not work or being laid off or resigned due to the effect of economic situation, measures to compensate income of employees and other persons affected by the outbreak of COVID-19. There were 15 million persons and 10 million agriculturists eligible to a remedy in an amount of 5,000 baht for a period of 3 months. Measures to relieve utility costs for electricity and water supply. In this regard, the Government Savings Bank and the Bank for Agriculture and Agricultural Cooperatives, which are state enterprises, provide loans in an amount of 400 million baht to eligible individuals. Each person may apply for a loan without an asset as security. Emergency loan program in an amount of 20,000 million baht is provided for salarymen as well. Measures for SMEs. The Government Savings Bank provides soft loan scheme for SMEs affected by COVID-19. Under this scheme, GSB will pass 100 million baht to financial institutions and non-banks to provide loans to SMEs. Bank of Thailand has also implemented the suspension measures for SMEs. The period of suspension was 6 months, from May to October 2020. SMEs with a financial difficulty will receive suspension period for another 6 months. In addition, Bank of Thailand provides the guideline for financial institutions and non-banks in order to relieve financial burden of debtors. For example, reducing criteria of loan classification in order to increase flexibility for loan approval. The government has enacted 3 laws as well, which are the Emergency Decree on the Provision of Financial Assistance for Entrepreneurs Affected by COVID-19 Pandemic 2020. This law provides financial assistance to SMEs by allowing the Bank of Thailand to lend up to 500 billion baht. The financial institutions in turn will provide loans for business owners without payment of principal and interest for the first 6 months. The Emergency Decree on Maintenance of Stability of Financial System and Economic Security to the country 2020. This law establishes a fund in an amount of 400 billion baht to maintain liquidity in the instrument market. The Emergency Decree authorizing the Ministry of Finance to raise loans to solve problems and to remedy and rebuild the economy and society affected by the spread of COVID-19 2020. Money borrowed under this law shall not exceed 1 trillion baht and will be spent on measures aimed at helping and remedying people affected by COVID-19, medical and public health purpose, as well as protecting the domestic economy. Since the spread of COVID-19 situation in Thailand has been slowed down, the government has encouraged incentive measures. For example, traveling package, which the government subsidized the cost of hotel accommodation and the cost of airline ticket. In order to stimulate consumption, the government provides the co-payment scheme, which the government subsidizes half of the price of products and services from the registered store. The return on good shopping scheme, which the government offers taxpayers income tax deductions of up to 20,000 baht for purchasing products and services. The last topic, legal and policy measures on tourism. Tourism industry plays the main key role driving Thailand's economy. In 2019, the tourism industry contributed around 92 billion US dollar. This was 20% of the GDP. However, in this year, tourism industry has been affected heavily by COVID-19 pandemic. Even though the government has launched many packages on traveling in the country in order to stimulate economy, but it's still not enough to restore tourist industry. Income arising from domestic tourism is not as much as that from inbound tourism. Therefore, to allow foreign tourists traveling in Thailand is necessary. Since the spread of COVID-19 situation in Thailand is getting better, measures on protection of the coronavirus infection are effective. Patients confirmed COVID-19 infection were from abroad and all stayed in quarantine places. Virus infection rate is in single digit. The government, therefore, makes a decision to reopen country for inbound tourism. On September 15, the Council of Ministers has a resolution approving special tourist visa or STV to allow long-stay tourists to enter to Thailand. Under this scheme, tourists can stay in the country for 90 days, which can be extended twice, each for a further 90 days. Foreigners applying STV should come from a low-risk country. They have to provide a receipt for hotel accommodation or admittance to hospitals chosen as alternative state quarantine and evidence of places to stay during the long visit. Moreover, they must have a medical and insurance policy with a minimum 100,000 US dollar coverage for COVID-19 medical treatment. Upon arrival, they have to comply with preventive measures, including undergo the alternative state quarantine for 14 days. On October 8, 39 Chinese tourists were the first group under STV came to Thailand. In November, the National Communicable Disease Committee has submitted the proposal to CCSA for shortening the quarantine period from 14 days to 10 days in case of tourists come from low-risk countries. In conclusion, I would suggest that the key factors which makes Thailand's success in dealing with the spread of COVID-19 are: number one, a strong, well-resourced, and inclusive medical and public health system, especially the teamwork of OSMO, or Village Health Volunteer. Number two, the establishment of Center for COVID-19 Situation Administration. CCSA consists of relevant agencies and a team of medical advisors, and is tasked with the function of giving direction for the administration of the situation. This center is proved to be an efficient mechanism for dealing with COVID-19. Number three, communication with clear and updated information. It promotes public understanding of confidence in government measures. Number four, efficient screening and swift investigation measures. This can effectively decrease the chance of infection and build confidence among the people and tourists. Reviewing the quarantine measures put in place also contribute to the effective prevention of the spread of COVID-19. Lastly, the most important factor is cooperation of Thai people that helps lowering the rate of infection and keeping the spread of COVID-19 under control. This is the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Well, thank you very much. We have just heard about the legal and policy measures in Thailand against the COVID-19. And this brings us to the end of all the three presentations for today at session 1.
And now I would like to invite the moderator of the discussion to continue with the general discussion. We're discussing the legislative responses and policy responses against the COVID-19 situation under the 8th Asian Legislative Expert Symposium. This is the 8th anniversary after the first meeting in 2013. And this symposium's theme is legislations on infectious diseases and cooperative measures of Asia countries in the post-COVID-19 era. And for the first time, we are having both offline and online participation. We have listened to the first session's presentations, and we will now share our views and insights on the topic of the first session. As we have the stage set, we would like to invite the moderator and the discussants. In order to strengthen our cooperative measures in Asia, there will be certain legislative preparations that are necessary, and so it would be very meaningful for us to discuss some future solutions to how we can promote exchange and cooperation in the legislative area. We are experiencing a massive change because of the COVID-19 pandemic. Originally, we were to have a full turnout at the symposium venue, but unfortunately, because of the pandemic situation, we are proceeding in an online format. We will also invite the presenters for the discussion, and the panel discussion will be moderated by Professor Lee Won-bok of the Department of Law and at the Ewha Women's University. I'd also like to ask the discussants to come up to the stage. We are discussing the quarantine and infectious disease-related legislative policies here today, and since we are seeing dramatic changes, we look forward to a very productive discussion. I think we're all connected by the Zoom system. I'd like to now hand over the microphone to Professor Lee Won-bok.
온라인 그리고 오프라인.
We're having an online and offline discussion, and I'd like to thank all the participants for being here with us. I am Lee Won-bok, a professor of the Department of Law at Ewha Women's University. I will be moderating the first discussion. We listened to the four presentations of the four Asian countries, and we had some very helpful insight. And we could understand how each country is making its policy efforts to respond to the pandemic in the most effective manner. And during this discussion, we look forward to sharing some more in-depth question and answers. Regarding the presentation, we have two designated discussants. First, we have Mr. Yoon Jae-ung, the Legislative Director General of the Legislation Bureau of the Social Cultural Affairs at the Ministry of Government Legislation. Please give a big round of applause. I'd like to first invite Mr. Yoon Jae-ung for your discussion.
네, 여러분 반갑습니다.
It's a pleasure to meet you. I am in charge of the legislative evaluation of the public health affairs at the Ministry of Government Legislation. I am Yoon Jae-ung. I am deeply pleased to be part of the discussion under this legislative expert symposium. We listened to the cases of Korea, Vietnam, Taiwan, and Thailand. And Senior Research Fellow Lee Jun-seo also gave a very detailed explanation of how Korea made a legislative response and also how this was applied in the policy measures. And not only these policy measures, but also the MERS lesson of 2015 has also helped us to respond to the COVID-19 situation. The Korean government, under the theme of learning from MERS, published the 2015 MERS white paper, and the main ideas from this publication were applied to making the Infectious Disease Control and Prevention Act. Just as we listened to the presentation of Senior Research Fellow Lee Jun-seo, the so-called three COVID Act, including the Quarantine Act and the Infectious Disease Control and Prevention Act and the Medical Service Act, were revised in order to respond in a more successful manner. However, there still exists room for improvement to address the various challenges in the front lines of the battle against COVID-19. First of all, improvements must be made to address the lack of current regulations against organized disruption of infectious disease control and prevention, and this calls for the establishment of grounds for punitive damage claims. And this basis for introducing punitive damages already exists in domestic legal motions that call for stronger sanctions to resolve the issue of insufficient damage relief and the deterrence of malicious illegal activities. Such legal motions have been already embedded into the current law since the passage of the Fair Transaction in Subcontracting Act, followed by the Fair Agency Transaction Act and others. And in order to have this into place, there needs to be a broad consideration of the malicious intent of the perpetrator, legal interest, impact of the breach, and others. And secondly, a legal basis must be made for the Infectious Disease Control and Prevention Act to allow forcible entry and obtainment of data for the purposes of securing a list of persons who got into contact with a confirmed infectious disease patient. Currently, there is a penalty provision for violation of a person who refuses an on-site inspection or other, but there is no legal basis for allowing forcible entry or investigation. Considering that citizens' lives and safety are at risk in cases of emergency or a great need, where there's a national spread of infectious diseases is foreseeable, the legal basis for forcible entry and investigation could be established. Thirdly, there needs to be a legal basis to deny treatment expense support even to Korean patients if they violate the measures. And considering the citizens' duty to actively cooperate with the state and local governments for the prevention and control of infectious diseases, it follows that such restrictions be reserved for violators of such a duty. And lastly, there needs to be a legal basis for punishing obstructors of prevention and control measures of infectious diseases by spreading false information. Spreading false information about infectious diseases incites public anxiety and may lead to confusion on site of quarantine measures, thereby causing great threat to the public safety. Therefore, we may want to consider introducing prohibition and penalty provisions for such acts into the Disease Control Act. Currently, there are penalty provisions for making false statements or intentionally omitting or concealing facts, which is punishable by imprisonment with labor or not more than 2 years or by a fine not exceeding 20 million won. So penalty provisions can be made for spreading false information based on these existing provisions. And meanwhile, research fellow Nguyen Tuek Duc shared with us Vietnam's successes in the prevention and in control of COVID-19. He mentioned emergency laws, economic and social security laws, and environmental laws. But I would like to ask whether there are current laws specific to infectious disease control and prevention. And also to the committee member, Natanun Asawelarta of Thailand, highlighted the establishment of the Center for COVID-19 Situation Administration as one of the success factors in Thailand's case. So I would like to ask whether there are legislative basis for this center. And also, as a question to all our presenters, I'd like to ask what role each country's legal system played in responding to COVID-19 and what improvements, if any, need to be made. And this concludes my discussion. Thank you.
네, 윤재용 심의관님.
Thank you, Dr. Yoon Jae, for your very productive discussions. Before we move on, since a question was posed, why don't we invite the presenters to respond to the questions?
Nguyen Tien Doc 연구
For the Dr. Nguyen Tien Doc, with regards to COVID-19, the success factors of Vietnam, you introduced legal frameworks, and I'd like to know if there's any legal framework you have prepared in Vietnam with regards to infectious disease control, specifically to the infectious disease control. Are there any new legal laws enacted in Vietnam with regards to infectious disease control in Vietnam?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Oh, nice. Yeah, excellent. All right. For the question number 1 about Vietnam's current laws specific to infectious disease control and prevention. So, like the SARS outbreak 2003 really made Vietnam think long and hard about setting up a legal, like an overarching legal framework so as to cope with a potential outbreak in the future, if any. And after 4 years sleeping on the bill, finally in 2007, Vietnam enacted the law on prevention and control of infectious diseases. So of course, the law is far from perfect, as some points were already addressed in my paper. Yet better have than have not, I guess. So in general, the law lays out a framework of actions, a line of actions to be taken by the authority, by the government in the time of public emergency. For example, state policies and actions to prevent the spread of the disease, including information, education, communication on the prevention and control of infectious disease, preventative hygiene, monitoring process, and declaration of epidemic and emergency state, which was used during the second phase resorted by the Prime Minister Nguyễn Xuân Phúc, and also mobilizing resources for epidemic control. So apart from the law, the government and its agencies have issued comprehensive implementing regulations which aim to guide the government actions at all levels, from central to local levels. So for example, Decree 75 in 2017 by the Health Ministry providing the monitoring process, including early detecting infectious diseases and tracking public medical issues. And also the government issued Decree 176 just then, to sanction those violating restrictions put in place in order to stem the spread of the COVID-19, the virus. So it's like a long story short, it's like a very brief overview of the framework of the law. But that's the law in theory. I also believe what also matters is the law in action, because the cost of underreaction can outweigh the cost of overreaction in the public health crisis. As we have seen, as I already detailed in my paper, about in the first phase of the pandemic in Vietnam, the government of Vietnam did overreact, and they put very harsh and stringent restrictions in place. But eventually it helped heighten awareness of the people about the danger of the virus, and fortunately people complied with the restrictions imposed by the government, and I think it's also a part of the reason to explain Vietnam's success, why Vietnam stood out in the fight against the COVID-19. Yeah, I think that's my answer for the first question. Thank you.
네, 자세한 답변 대단히 감사합니다. 제가
Thank you for the detailed explanation, and I'd like to deliver the second question to Ms. Natanya Asalartak of Thailand. This is a question for you. You cited that the establishment of the Center for COVID-19 Situation Administration as one of the success factors in Thailand's case. So what were the legislative basis for this center, for the establishment and operation of the center? Please keep within 2 to 3 minutes for your reply.
Okay. Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you fine.
Okay. For the first questions, about the Center of COVID-19 Situation Administration. It has been set up by the order of the Prime Minister under the State Administration Act. Its aim is to elevate the management of COVID-19 epidemics under the integrated and unified command. The center is chaired by the Prime Minister. And I would like to highlight the core functions of this center for two topics. First is to prescribe policy and emergency measures on management of COVID-19. In doing so, the center would consult with relevant agencies and a team of medical advisors. Therefore, the policy of measures prescribed by the center can address problems efficiently. And the other one is to conduct public relations and disseminate information of COVID-19 situation to the public. With this clear and updated information, it promotes public understanding of confidence in government measures.
네, 답변 역시 감사합니다.
Well, thank you very much for your response.
세 번째 질문은 모두
And the third question of Mr. Yoon was a common question to all the presenters, and I believe it is very relevant to today's theme. And so, we have our second speaker in Singapore. So, I'd like to first invite Mr. Ik Yang Tao for your discussion first after we move on to the question.
보건국립대 이경태호
Second presenter is Dr. Y.Y. Teo, Professor and Dean of the Seahorse School of Public Health. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I believe you can hear me. Our experience with outbreaks in the country. South Korea had MERS. In Singapore, we had SARS back in 2003. It was a painful experience for us because we suffered quite a number of deaths from SARS, but there were very useful lessons in the country. The situation within Singapore remains one that is very well under control, especially amongst infections in the community. Right now, we see less than 3 or 4 cases a day in the community each day, and there are often some days where there are 0 cases in the community. What we do see is that there are importations, people coming into the country with an infection. Our greatest burden for COVID-19 really came from the outbreak in the dormitories. So what I would share over the next 8 minutes or so is really some of the experience that we learned. Because the first experience that we learned was really the importance of contact tracing. And in Singapore, contact tracing remains one of the most important approaches that we use to manage transmission within the community. The ability to actually track infection and who infected whom, where and when remains one of the most important aspects for outbreak surveillance and control. In Singapore, our outbreak control actually involved teams of people from the police department, from the military, and from the Ministry of Health to perform this contact tracing. There are very useful points why contact tracing is important. I talk about the ability to identify people who have been exposed because those are potential carriers, especially in an environment where asymptomatic infection or asymptomatic spread is possible. Meaning, some of the people that have been exposed may not actually exhibit any symptoms of infection. Contact tracing allows us to find out who these people are and keep them away from the rest of the community by isolating them very quickly. It also allows us to intervene much earlier from a clinical perspective, therefore minimizing any complications or deaths. From a systems level perspective, contact tracing allows us to identify what are the activities that are much higher risk, and we can put in place the necessary management policies in the country. Now, beyond that, Singapore has adopted an approach that relied very much on science and technology, such as the use of models, mathematical models, to understand how community measures such as school closures will actually help to manage the outbreak situation in Singapore. We also have a group of scientists within the public health institutions that perform weekly curation and meta-analysis of information and findings from worldwide resources, and this information is shared very promptly with our government people through our chief health scientist. The next is really around the laws that Singapore put in place to manage importation risk. I mentioned that Singapore, our greatest risk comes from importation. And we continue to have very strict control over what is allowed, who are allowed into Singapore with different set of rules. Most of the travelers are required to spend 14 days in a quarantine away from the community. But increasingly, we relax the rules for some countries, such as China, such as Hong Kong, where there are much better control in the community. The third is really around some of the legislation the government has put in place to prepare our primary care, such as having public health preparedness clinics. These are private GPs that have been roped in to work with the government, work with the public healthcare system to look after any possibly infected people within the community. And within the hospital, the tertiary hospital, that's where a lot of the lessons that we learned from SARS continue to protect our healthcare workers from infection. Singapore remains the country that has one of the lowest rates of infection amongst healthcare workers, and there are less than 10 healthcare workers that have been infected because they were executing their duties looking after patients. We continue to also rely on science to manage our healthcare protocols. Anyone with an infection confirmed by a PCR test for COVID-19 remains isolated in a field hospital, in a community isolation facility. They are not allowed to go back home. And this actually allows chains of transmission in the community to be broken. Finally, Singapore maintains very strict enforcement of our rules, be it our rules around being quarantined when you return from overseas, or be it community measures such as compulsory mask wearing, social distancing, some of the measures to minimize crowding in public spaces. There are strict enforcement with warnings and penalties that are given out, and that has been a hallmark of the legislative effort necessary to manage COVID-19. So in conclusion, Singapore continues to rely on very aggressive testing and contact tracing, where we quarantine exposed contacts as early as possible. We rely on science and evidence to guide our policy setting. Monitoring, enforcement, and penalties remain a hallmark of the measures that we put in place. Thank you very much again, and I'm happy to take questions afterwards.
네, 대화학장님.
Yes, Dr. Teo, thank you very much for your very kind explanations. We had great learning experience, learning about the Singaporean experience. Now we'd like to move on to continue with our general discussion session. We'd invite all the presenters and discussants from Korea, Vietnam, Taiwan, and Singapore. Let me paraphrase the question by Mr. Yu.
아까 윤심의관
Mr. Yu has asked what role each country's legal system played in responding to COVID-19. So since we don't have enough time, we would like to ask whether the legal system did play an effective role, or rather than the legal system, the voluntary support of the civil society or their participation or any other factors were relatively more effective and helpful in responding to COVID-19. And in your response systems, if you are aware of any one single system that needs improvement, I'd like to ask you to share that single system for improvement with us within about 1 to 2 minutes because of the time limitations. Can I ask Mr. Lee Jun-seo for your reply first? I'm Lee Jun-seo from the Korea Legal Legislation Research Institute. To the comment of Mr. Yoon, I'd like to make a reply. In the case of Korea, the legal division or the legal basis is always very critical. The legal basis always provides a critical role in establishing a policy measure or administrative measure. So that is also true for the quarantine activities. So I believe that legislation did play a very important role in responding to COVID-19. And in the case of Korea, the quarantine for infectious diseases, somewhat could be deemed very innovative, especially with its amendment in the Infectious Disease Prevention Act. And so there has been very many areas of reinforced articles for quarantines and the role of the epidemiological investigation and investigators. And it has been a very rapid and swift process. So, in a sense, we do believe that the legal basis played an important role in responding to the pandemic. And another thing is that I think this is all common to other Asian countries. I do believe that the civil participation was also another critical success factor in responding to COVID-19. I think it was during September, the French scholar Guy Sorman cited that the Confucius culture of Korea helped with the success in responding to the pandemic. And also the conformist sentiment of the Korean people was another factor. Recently, there was a project by a newspaper company and the Seoul National University academic team. It was a survey on the post-COVID-19 era. And it was about the trend of authoritarianism and conformity, regardless of the level of such authoritarianism or the such conformist attitude. This had no direct relevance with the success or failure of responses to the COVID-19. So most of the respondents said that they themselves don't want to be infected, but at the same time they replied that they don't want to harm other people by not cooperating. So this is kind of a pursuit of a community-based individualism, and I think this trend has more to do with the success in responding rather than the Confucianist or authoritarianism.
들어보겠습니다.
We invite the panel from Vietnam to respond to the question.
I'll try to keep. Hello. I'll try to keep it short. So for this, I'm gonna refine the question a little bit. So in general, we may ask, what is the role of the law in public emergency case, particularly COVID-19 facing us right now? So there are two sides of the coin here. So I frame the role of the law as two tools, like a sword and a shield. So on the one hand, we want the law to be a beacon, to throw some light on actions to be taken by the authority. Since the law is around, the government doesn't have to start from scratch. So the government should be able to go into action right off the bat. So the law helps synchronize objectives and responses in a coherent manner from central to local levels. So the more detailed the law and its guidance are, the more effective government responses are, and consequently higher level of public compliance. So in short, we want the law to be a sword to strike down the virus, to crush the virus quickly and effectively. That's on the one hand, but at the other end of the spectrum, we need the law to be a shield, to protect us from power abuse. So as we have seen in many cases, the emergency power may be misused and abused for personal gains, as autocrats around the world often invokes emergency power to suppress dissidents, to serve their interests. So it may quickly turn sour as a nation has to face not only the virus, but also the rise of authoritarianism and the backsliding of democracy, as scholars now have been debated about right now. So therefore, the role of the law in public emergency case is critical to ensure the rule of law and to keep power abuse at bay. So in so doing, state actions must be guided by the principles of legality, necessity, proportionality, and temporariness in nature, with respect for human rights. So I think I just stop there. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. 다음은 대만에 대해서 한번.
Next, we would like to listen the answer from our Taiwanese presenter, Mr. Tiang Wang, please.
Okay, thank you for your questions. I think in terms of Taiwan's situation, the legal basis for the disease control is relatively work. Because of the SARS experience, we have amended our Communicable Disease Control Act. So, generally speaking, those administrative tools that have been taken can find a suitable legal basis in generally speaking. But we do have some critics about the current legal structures. It mainly concentrates in the toolbox regulation about technology use, and it is understandable because after the act was majorly amendment, the ICT technology has been improved very much. So I think if there are anything Taiwan's law need to improve, it might be to have a more clear regulation about data protection and about how to cooperate with technology to control the act. But in terms of the follow-ups from two doctors ahead, I think I remember that the International Constitutional Society has surveyed that, generally speaking, there's authoritarian and liberal constitutionalism is irrelevant to the performance of disease controls. So I think today most of Asian countries can prove that we can have liberal constitutionalism as well as well control of diseases, as long as we have precautionary to the legal basis and get prepared before the pandemic has been outbreak. So in this way, I think the Asian country can do much better because we have some experience before, so we can get prepared before the outbreak. This is my answer. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 다음은 아사왈러삭 자문관님께 태국에 대한 의견 들어보겠습니다.
I'd like to ask a question to Dr. Asawalak with regards to Thai experience. A question to the Thai presenter, please. Would you like to respond? Dr. Asawalak, can you hear us?
Yes.
Please.
For the second question about the role of legal system, right? I would say that law plays vital role as a tool of the government to cope with the spread of COVID-19. In Thailand, we have several laws that can be used to manage a communicable disease. However, in a severe and emergency situation, which requires prompt, uniform, and systematic responses, the Prime Minister has declared emergency situation throughout the country. When declared, the government has small channels to control and manage the situation under the law. The most important one is the temporary transfer of powers, which are held by other ministers under a number of laws, to the Prime Minister, so that the Prime Minister can manage the situation in a more appropriate and integrated manner. And the management of the spread of COVID-19 in Thailand so far is still satisfying. So it is not necessary to amend or revise the laws. But anyway, in the near future, we are on the process of reviewing our law, such as the Communicable Disease Act, in order to respond to the situation instead of using the emergency decree. That's all.
네, 감사합니다. 마지막으로 싱가포르 또 간단히
And to Dr. Teo, I'd like to give you about a minute to respond to the question.
So in Singapore, it's the same. We have an infectious disease legal act in Singapore, and that forms the basis for many of the regulations on control and management on infectious diseases. For example, from the very beginning of the epidemic in January, quarantine, isolation, contact tracing, the access to confidential data, they were all governed by the Infectious Disease Act. It is a legal act that allows the government to have access to some of this data. Specific measures such as mask wearing, social distancing, they are equally governed by the Infectious Disease Act, and it is a legal offense. You could be fined, you could be jailed, or you could be deported from a country if you are found to flout the rules around some of these control measures. And I should add that many of this Infectious Disease Act, they were introduced before COVID-19. And in fact, it is a very important aspect of any control of infectious diseases in Singapore, particularly some of the diseases such as dengue, such as HIV. They remain notifiable, meaning regardless of whether it is a private clinic or a public clinic that identifies that I have been infected by dengue, it has to be reported to the government. Earlier on, there was this discussion around forceful entries into homes. In Singapore, under the Infectious Disease Act, we do have a legal basis as well. It is very seldom used, but it is used occasionally when there is a need to control an infectious disease such as dengue, because we need to look for mosquito breeding sites. So over back to you.
네, 감사합니다. 지금까지 국내외에 계신 발제자들을 통해서 이 아시아의 5개국의 코로나19 대응과 그 대응에 필요한 감염병 법제에 대해서
We also listen to how the Asian countries, including Korea, have responded to COVID-19. It would have been much more fortunate if we had more time to receive some questions from the floor. But unfortunately, I'm afraid we will need to wrap up this discussion session. So for those who have any remaining questions or comments, you may contact our participants via their email. And I'd like to extend my gratitude to the speakers and discussants of the first session. With that, we'd like to conclude the first session. Thank you very much. Under the theme of legislative responses of the Asian countries in the post-COVID-19 era, we held the first session, and now we will move on to the second session after 5 minutes. So we are afraid that we will have only a very brief minute to take a break. So I'd like to ask you to return to the hall by 4:55. I'd like to ask for your understanding that we are unable to provide beverages because of the COVID-19 situation, and we have hand sanitizers in place at the registration desk, so please feel free to use them. And if any of you are not feeling well, please report yourself to the registration desk. We will resume at 4:55.
네, 여러분 본회의 두 번째 세션.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are soon to begin the second session. We'd like to ask all the participants to return to their seats as soon as they can. We have dealt with a number of the presentations already, and we will have to listen to quite a few more. So we ask for your kind cooperation in that we ask you to return to your seats immediately.
네, 세션 2 이제 곧 시작합니다. 여러분 착석을 부탁드리겠습니다.
So again, session 2 is about to begin. Please return to your seats.
여러분들이 자리에 착석하시는 대로 바로 시작을.
And we will resume the second session whenever the audiences are returned and seated.
네, 착석을 부탁드리겠습니다. 저희 세션 2
Once again, we kindly request that all the participants return to be seated as soon as possible so that we can begin the second session right away.
네, 감사합니다. 이제 자리해 주셨습니다.
I see that you're all back. I apologize for the short break that we took. And in the second session, we are going to deal with the topic of legislative modification strategies and international cooperation measures for the post-COVID situations. We will listen to presentations of 4 different topics: economy, trade, industry, education, and healthcare. And for the moderating, we invite Kim Jong-uk, we invite the first presenter, Kim Jong-uk, who is the director of the Center for Regulatory Studies at the KDI.
It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Kim Jong-wook from KDI. Since we don't have enough time, I'd like to hurry with my presentation so that we can move right away to the discussion. So the major economic policy responses to COVID-19, limitations and improvement plans is the topic of my presentation. As you can see, there is a National Emergency Disaster Relief Fund policy and also the Livelihood Financial Stability Package, which amounts to about 175 trillion won plus alpha. And there's the expansionary employment support policy and the emergency employment security support policy. And first about the National Emergency Disaster Relief Fund policy. This is a household basis to give cash payouts as economic subsidies. So this targeted each household and to provide economic stimulus to the regional economy as a main policy objective. And as for the 175 trillion plus alpha livelihood financial stability package, the main target were small businesses, small enterprises and the self-employed businesses and SMEs. And as for the employment support fund, and especially the expansionary fund, was to the employers, and the emergency employment security support fund was for employees and single employed businesses. So each package has different targets and different policy objectives, and I'd like to go into the details. And for the National Emergency Disaster Relief Fund, since this is an unprecedented event, the government decided to provide households with the relief subsidy. So for those households and subsidies, we try to guarantee their livelihood and income to a certain level. And also for the businesses, we plan to stimulate spending. So from 400,000 to 100 million won of subsidy was provided, and depending on the size of the household, the subsidy was different depending on whether the number of households was 1, 2, 3, or 4 or more. And when it could be used at the small businesses and small-sized merchants at the regional area, and they were not allowed to be used at hypermarkets or department stores. But there were a lot of controversy over this. For example, some people used it to pay for their tutors at schools of their children, and could buy high luxury goods. So there were criticism of whether the fund was actually used for its original purpose. So out of the actual payout, about 99.5%, actually almost 100%, has actually been used, according to a recent study. And the majority of the fund was used at supermarkets and grocery retail stores, and also a large portion was used at restaurants. So about half of the actual payout was used for buying food material and other daily necessities, and also eating at restaurants. In the case of large enterprises, they took about one third. About one third were used as small, medium-sized businesses. So as you can see, there were certain policy limitations that were acknowledged. So in the case of providing household basis subsidies, if the household is a typical household, but in the case of a low-income family, low-income labor family, or in case there are special needs of certain households, then they could be at a disadvantage when receiving such relief funds. And for another policy objective was to boost the economy by ensuring the income of the producer and the sellers when the consumer's income loss is covered for. But despite prevalent concerns for producers and sellers of smaller businesses and those in luxury goods who were likely to suffer more, much of the relief fund ended up being spent at large businesses and those providing essential necessities. And there was the issue of equity. For example, the different regions such as Jeju or Chungbuk and other regions like Ulsan had discrepancies in terms of the subsidy that was paid out. So such intra-regional equity was another limitation. So any policy improvement could be found in reconsidering the eligibility from a household basis to an individual basis. We could consider each individual's eligibility and seek a solution that could also minimize the administrative burden to conduct the evaluation of eligibility of the relief fund. There were a lot of controversy in the initial time, but considering the business types and sizes, so there could be room for revising that and improvement. And we could also think of applying differentiated purchasing power for small enterprises and SMEs. So we could increase the purchasing power by 1.2 times so that it could naturally induce people to use the fund for the original target that we had intended in the beginning. And for the second relief fund, the target was not the typical households, but they were more targeted for the lower income, high risk households. So their actual targeting has been differentiated. So the regional equity issue or the issue of eligibility was also emerged as another area of improvement. And for the 175 trillion plus alpha livelihood and financial stability package program, this is mainly for small businesses. So a large portion is about providing loan financing. So you can see that a large portion of the execution has been quite successful, but there are also limitations because by financing through loans and extension of guarantees, this also carries the risk of exposing small business owners and those who are self-employed to shoulder heavier debt burden. And in the long term, it may not be sustainable because it could create excessive liability. And it could also raise the issue of burdening the fiscal integrity of public finance. And another overlapping issue with the COVID-19 is related to digitalization. And we're seeing a rapid emergence of new industries. So we are seeing a rapid shuffling of the industrial structure at the moment. And we're also faced with another challenge of the COVID-19 pandemic. So right now, the overall industrial restructuring is going on. And this is when we are faced with the pandemic as well. So it is more challenging for us to coordinate these policy objectives to fulfill its original goal. And as for loan financing, there is a significant time gap between when it's actually executed until the intended policy outcomes are achieved. So it's important to have safety measures that it does not become overused. And the third is on related to the employment insurance and the Emergency Employment Security Support Fund. The Employment Support Fund was pre-existing, but it has been expanded, and by expanding the governmental contribution. So in the case of temporary closures and leaves, the government increased its contribution to the allowance so that the termination of employment does not take place by sustaining the employment. So in a sense, it could be a temporary measure. Up to September, the expansionary support was applied, but from October, the governmental contribution returned to the original portion. And there was a first and a secondary emergency employment security support fund. This was targeted for the special forms of employment workers and freelancers and self-employed individuals, and the paid out amount is 1.5 million won. So the first payout will be 100 million won, and the second would be the remaining balance of 500,000 won. And we also received a second wave of application, and this was mainly targeted to the most hard-hit self-employed individuals and workers on non-paid leaves. This did have its effects, but it also has the issue of sustainability, and it is also overlapping with the industrial restructuring, and also it's caused the issue of productivity, because it's hard to see whether this would create a virtuous cycle of productivity increase and investment, because the main target is to sustain employment in the beginning. So there could be doubts that it could be effective in the long term. And since this is mainly to inject cash in a long-term basis, there could be issues of sustainability and productivity. And so that is why it is subject to criticism. So let's take a look at how we could improve the policies. One way would be to introduce more flexible work hours so that more people are accessible to the labor market even though it is temporary. And another possible improvement could be, since the on-tact businesses and digital industries are having a greater demand for employment, so we could think of providing more training sessions in the relevant industries and also promote new hiring in these areas by policy support measures. And with that, I'd like to conclude my presentation. Thank you very much, Mr. Kim Jong-wook. We first take a look at the economic sector, and then we'll move on to the trade and industrial sector.
And we would like to listen to a presentation on the policy support for improvement for foreign policy and repatriate enterprises in the COVID-19 era. And the presentation will be by Dr. Kim Joo-hyung of the Cooperative. Good afternoon. I'm Kim Joo-hyung from the Cooperative Investment Consulting Center. Today, I would like to talk about the negative impact on the Korean businesses because of the COVID-19 situation. I'd like to talk about the policy improvement measures to be taken by the Korean government. I speak in the order of changes in FDI and GVC of the COVID-19, the Korea's response policy, and the major law revisions. COVID-19 is changing the global FDI situation in a very negative manner, according to the UNCTAD. Because of the lockdown and the economic shrinkage, the multinational corporations and the governments are doing three things in response. The first thing is to seek a divestment, which is cancelling of existing investment projects. Second is reshoring, which is to bring back factories from the overseas locations to home countries. And thirdly, they are pursuing diversion, which is changing investment plans from overseas to home countries. In fact, in the first 3-4 months of 2020, the global FDI decreased rapidly in volume. The chart shows to your top right, the green line, which is a greenfield investment projects, and to the bottom you see the orange color, that's the FDI status. You can see that in April and March, there is about 50% decrease in greenfield investment and M&A investment. And according to the UNCTAD report in the global FDI in 2020, is expected to decline by 40% from last year. And this reduction in the FDI really hinges upon the duration of the COVID-19, and also it has to do with the effectiveness of the policy measures taken by national governments. And the uncertainty is growing as the COVID-19 is being prolonged, and therefore the role of the national government is becoming increasingly important. Korea's FDI has been declining significantly this year. In the first half, there was about a 20% decrease year on year. But in the third quarter, we are looking at some increases in the FDI. And therefore, it's minus 4.4% year on year. The reduction is less than the world average, but the Korean government and the KOCHA are placing a lot of policy efforts to recover the reduced FDI. We believe that FDI has a direct impact on increasing the employment, and also it's an indicator of the status of the national economy. This is a very important index that other countries would look at in looking at the Korean economy. And now I'd like to talk about the impact on the industries. I think the impact will be felt differently by different industries. And you see that to the bottom left, you see higher risk. To the top right, you're looking at the low risk. And therefore, for the highly advanced ICT, the high-tech industries, and the pharmaceuticals, and the automobiles, you see that the GVC risk is relatively high. And within these industries, there are some supply disruptions in materials, parts and equipment, and also supply chain instability. When the COVID first spread in China, the Chinese component manufacturers stopped operation. And wiring harness is a part of the automotive wiring device, and the supply was cut off. And because of that, the Korean automobile OEM plant was shut down. All the production was shut down because of no supply in the wireless harness. And this experience is leading companies to prefer less efficient but less risky supply chain. The COVID-19 situation is accelerating the reform in the GVC, which was already underway due to the other factors. The global value chain, GVC, looked at cost efficiency and market accessibility and the free markets. So it has been established at the global level. But because of this intensified trade dispute between US and China, and so because of this trade protectionism which has been on the rise again, and also because of the restrictions in social mobility caused by COVID-19, many people believe that there needs to be a quick and new turn of direction for the GVC. To the second from the right, you will see that the GVC has maintained advantage in the traditional sense by the following factors, and they are now changing. And also they are trying to enhance their capability to respond to the contingencies. And untapped economy and digitalizations are always also emerging as new trends that impact the changes in the global value chain. And because of that, national governments are implementing policies to provide a more stable value chain by focusing on their capabilities to attract foreign direct investment and reshoring of the companies. And I'd like to talk about Korea's policy direction in response to these changes in order to respond to the GVC reorganization. And the Korean government is trying to come up with the strengths and weaknesses of each industry in Korea to come up with an adequate policy direction. As a part of these efforts, the Korean government in July came up with the MPE Strategy 2.0. This was done in cooperation with various government departments and ministries to cope with the COVID situation. In the materials, parts, and equipments. They want to improve the production capability and supply chain. And secondly, the government wants to build clusters and hubs for the high-tech industries by attracting outstanding companies from home and abroad. And the government wants to establish and operate a comprehensive support system for the private sector to this end. And the government's efforts are following the principle of selection and concentration. The government is implementing the incentives, coming up with incentives to attract investment. There is 1.5 trillion investment. I think the total investment side is 600 billion, and R&D, the tax incentives, financial support. These are some of the diversified measures to be implemented. Thirdly, on the improving incentives, in order to invite foreign investment and to repatriate the companies, the laws and regulations have been improved. And the government's efforts are mainly about key MPs and the big threes, because they make more contribution to the development of the Korean economy. So when it comes to key materials and components, they include the semiconductors, display, electronics, and electric and automobiles. These industries are Korea's main industries, and due to the recent emergence of protectionism and pandemic, the value chain of MPEs have been destabilized. So the Korean government wants to increase the ability to respond to respond to the events, and the Korean government is therefore trying to provide policy support to attract foreign investment and to invite more incentives to the repatriating companies. And next, let's talk about the big threes. System, the semiconductors, and the bio are part of the big three. And the government has come up with the big three support measures: the system conductors, bio, and the future cars. And the MOTI has come up with an industrial development strategy, and so there will be the concentrated the support measures being provided for these companies. And the government also announced MPE 2.0 strategy to focus more on attracting investment. Nextly, I'd like to talk about the new industries such as hydrogen and data networks, AI, and untech. These are our target areas. When it comes to the electronic commerce, drone, the delivery, these are emerging as the promising industries. And the detailed areas, the specific areas will be designated, and the foreign investors will receive more incentives, and laws and regulations will be improved to this end. Nextly, I'd like to talk about major laws and revisions targeted for the foreign direct investors. When foreigners invest in Korea, they receive many different types of incentives. And they like receiving cash grants. It's a preference. So as part of the MPE 2.0 strategy, the government came up with strengthened measures, incentives for foreign direct investors. And they will greatly expand the scope of cash grants for foreign investors. And previously, 157 areas in new growth engine technology sectors and MP industries received a cash grant. And there aren't that many foreign investors that they fall under the 157 areas. About new areas have been added. 2,990 items that fall under the state-of-the-art technology have been included, and therefore we believe that the recipients of the cash grants will increase significantly. Of course, there will be a review. So that we only target the foreign investors that make more contributions to the economy to receive the cash grants. And also the limit will be expanded. Limit for the cash grant will be expanded. Previously, the limit was about 30%. And through this reform measure, for the high-tech areas, the limit will be expanded to 40%, and for the R&D center investments, the limit will be expanded from 40 to 50%. So the actual cash grant amount is going to increase substantively. We also plan to raise the government proportion in the cash grants. For example, for the non-metropolitan area, when the foreign investors make their investment, the national the matching ratio was 60 to local of 40. But the national matching ratio will be increased from 60 to 70. So the regional government's matching ratio is going to decrease, and the absolute amount of support being provided to companies is going to increase. Nextly, I'd like to talk about our support measures for the repatriating enterprises. The term repatriating enterprises have been quite strictly defined by law. For example, manufacturing sectors are only targeted, and we only recognize the companies as repatriating enterprises when they reduce their overseas operation by more than 50%. But through this investment, in addition to the manufacturing industries, the target areas will include ICT and knowledge service industries. And from the 50% ratio, the ratio will be reduced to 25% for the companies that they're downsizing their overseas operations. So many more companies should be now defined as a repatriating enterprise and receive support. And we provide better support measures for the site. For example, the repatriating companies will be allowed to enjoy private contracts on state-owned and public land. And in the previously, they were only allowed to go through public offering bids for the sale of the state-owned and public lands, and this will be changed. And when they enter into a lease contract, the lease term can be expanded to 50 years, and the rent will be reduced by 50%. And this is an incentive provided only to the foreign investors. And now we have expanded such benefit to the domestic repatriating companies. And also, we are pursuing to provide employment support for foreign workers in existing overseas sites by issuing E9 visas exceptionally to those foreign workers so that they can work in Korea. The E9 visa were issued to create a pool of certain eligible foreign workers. So when the foreign workers were to be hired, and they had to go through a lottery system. In other words, they weren't able to target, select, and hire certain foreign employees. But now the system will be improved so that the repatriating companies can bring in with them the foreign workers who would like to work in Korea under the E9 visa system. And we now have a special committee at the government level, and Cooperative has established a special center for assisting repatriating enterprises. So we provide one-stop service to any the domestic companies that want to repatriate, and we help them with the paperwork and so on. And based on our efforts, we believe that in the SMPE side, a meaningful increase in the foreign investors have been found. And for the Korean companies returning, we believe that there is a modest increase. If you look at the number of companies returning from January 2019 to August 2020. So far, I talked about policy support measures for the foreign investment and for supporting repatriating companies. And through these efforts, the industries are going to hopefully benefit. I sincerely hope that this will lead to fast recovery from the COVID-19 in Korea and also in Asia. Yes, thank you very much. We just heard a presentation on industry and trade. And we are going to listen to the presentations on education and public the health. On top of education and industry and trade, which we have heard.
The next topic is education. We will have a presentation on the status of remote education assistant improvement. We would like to invite Director Byun Tae-jun of the Korea Educational Research Information Service. Good afternoon. I'm Hyun Tae-jun of the Korea Education and Research Information Service. Well, the COVID-19 has made a major impact in so many parts of our lives, and education is no exception. As you're well aware, we have implemented a remote education, and it will be meaningful to take a look at how it has influenced our daily lives and what kind of changes it brought. So when we think of the remote education, some people might understand it as introducing a different method of providing education, but it also includes how we actually operate the entire educational system. In other words, how about the attendance rate? What about the evaluation of the students? All of these systems are interrelated under the system, so we have to think of all these issues when we think of introducing the remote educational system. When we introduced the remote education, there have been certain processes that we went through in Korea. So I'd like to go through how it was developed in Korea and what kind of implications they have for us, and what kind of improvements do we need to make to further develop the remote education, and what areas of systems and institutions do we need to look into more detail in the future. So when you look at the different steps of education and informatization, we had a 5-year integrated plan, and from 1996 to 2000, and that was the first. And then in the previous steps, we focused on creating a human-centered, future-oriented education environment. But then we saw the outbreak of COVID-19. So we did plan to create a human-centered and future-oriented education environment, but we suddenly were faced with the need to introduce a remote education system. So we had to think of how we could implement this all of a sudden. And we had run this system, and still is running it, starting from early this year. This is the so-called e-learning site platform that is operated by CARES. So you can see that the number of membership grew about 10 times, from about 350,000 to about 3.56 million. So for the daily access, almost 12 million users log on to the system. What this means is that the students in the elementary and secondary schools, as well as the teachers, have actually experienced the remote education in one form or another. So, in order to create a more customized remote education system, we need to look into the details. So let's take a look at how we responded with the remote education and how we responded to COVID-19. Well, we first decided to postpone the beginning of back to school day on February 23rd, and we decided an additional postponement on March 17th, and on March 31st, we made a decision to go online. This was a very rapid process. Once we decided to postpone the starting date of school, and we can see that after the final decision to start online classes, we only had about 10 days to actually begin the remote classes, which began on April 9th. So originally, we had to be prepared in that short period of time. It's not just the change of providing classes, but it also means we need an entirely new platform, an entirely new infrastructure, and also an entirely new content. And we also need to have the teachers prepared for the remote classes. Though it says it's 10 days, but we believe that it was about 15 days that we had to be prepared for the remote education. In order to set the infrastructure in place, it's not just something that you just go to the e-learning site and log on to the classes. We first have to expand the capacity of the e-learning site to provide access to all the users. So in early April, the original capacity was about 40,000, but in a couple of days, the capacity was expanded to about 3 million. So this means that we injected a massive amount of asset and resource. And also, the teachers needed to have a more expansive range of contents. And so we need to secure about 50,000 contents. And the teachers also needed to develop new contents. So this caused the so-called copyright issues. So we needed to ease the copyright requirements for a certain period of time. We needed to consult with the relevant governmental bodies. And what about the teachers? They themselves also needed to be prepared. So we needed to provide support. So we ran about 495 pilot schools. And we also needed to set up a channel where teachers could rely on for help. So that's why we provided a school online service and teacher online service. And there are about 11,000 schools or 12,000 schools nationwide, and about 10,000 teachers at the schools were requested to create a community, an online community where they can share the issues and various methods. And all this took place within a short period of 2 weeks. And we also needed to revise the relevant infrastructure and system. We had to first provide the guidelines on the remote education. And it also is applied with the Broadcasting and Telecommunication Act of Korea. But it doesn't have a detailed definition, a legal definition of a remote education. So, as I previously said, providing remote education is not just changing the method of classes. It also means the overall change in the educational curricula. So, it also required new guidelines and new systems in place. And there were also issues that we needed to consider and certain things that require precautionary measures. So this was all communicated to the schools as well. And just as the previous presenters already said, remote education basically utilizes the IT device. For example, the student in some cases may not be in an environment where they could gain access to such telecommunication devices, and this could lead to an educational gap. So that's why we supported about 260,000 electronic devices to school. And the telecommunication fee was also a big burden for certain households. So we decided to provide a general rule so that the telecommunication fee could be exempted. I think this all has to do with educational gap. There are many students from multicultural families and students where both their parents go to work every day, and in these cases the children will need help to log on to the system. So it was important to also help the students in the vulnerable class to have enough access to the education. So on April 9th, we first opened the online school, and that was, at that time, 860,000 logged on, and with the secondary opening, about 3 million, and then for the third opening, about 5 million students could attend the online classes. When you look at the percentage, it says 98.8%. This is the percentage of the attendance rate of the students that attended the online classes. I don't know the exact attendance rate for face-to-face classes, but this shows a very high level of attendance, even though they are online classes. And what would be the significance of the remote education? Well, this is my definition. I think it implies the message that education must never stop. So all the governmental bodies and related institutions and systems all make concerted efforts to make this possible. And also, it also has to do with our effort to build a better education system. And in the sixth educational reform plan, which is to provide customized education to all the students, I believe that this experience should be leveraged for future development. And that is another major meaning of this initiative. So, well, we have been studying the possibility of a remote education from March 2000. So, as I said, the majority of the students already have an experience of remote education, and many of the parents or guardians also attended or witnessed this type of education. I didn't mark the date in the yellow box because it's not easy to set a specific date for sure. But basically, Korean people now have the experience of the remote education. But now we started to think how we could improve the system on site. So that's why I put a question mark. Well, we already have the experience and we already are aware of the methodology. So how could we improve this in the future? I think that is a future challenge. When we listen to the feedback from the floor, from the teachers or the students, they have a common point. First, they're confused which platform to use. They don't know how to find the content that they need. And for example, they could study, one student studies at both a service platform A and then a service platform B, but in many cases they want these system and service platforms integrated. So it is important to integrate these experiences to raise the version of a remote education. And that is why we're currently working on the development of a K-Edu integrated platform. This is a so-called platform of diverse platforms. So multiple services could be provided on a single integrated platform. And we plan to have this implemented by 2023. And in terms of improving the system, there could be certain issues that we could consider. As we implemented the remote education system, we thought about a couple of things. First of all, at the beginning, this isn't just about changing the method, but it is also something about the entire operational system of the curriculum. So it includes minor issues such as attendance or evaluations, how they will be written in each of the students' school records. And these should all be considered. And I believe there will be future possibilities of other types of national disasters. And so in these cases, I think we need to have a systematic plan in place on how we implement the remote education. And secondly, under the current law, we do not have a legal stipulation on the remote education. Currently, the law also only states type of an education that utilizes the broadcasting and telecommunication system. So in order to put the remote education system in place, it also requires a legal and institutional framework. And a third issue could be minor, but at the same time, this was another serious issue for us when we implemented the system. Students first need to sign up to access the platform, but the underage children, age under 14, need the consent of a legal guardian. In some cases, this isn't a big deal, but for certain students, this isn't something easy. So we have to consider certain exemptions to the Personal Information Protection Act to deal with these non-regular cases so that we could provide a more facilitated support for remote education. So I took a brief moment on our experience of providing remote education, and I also shared the future direction that we could pursue and also some areas that require future study and improvement. With that, I'd like to conclude my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. They talked about the distance learning and about the video learning. I think it's been expedited by the COVID-19 situation. I think we can hope to see a significant improvement in this area. And you also talked about the adequate measures for the improvement. Now on the public health issue, healthcare is very important. Of course, other areas are also very important, but because of the COVID situation, so people pay more attention to the public care situation. So for this presentation, I'd like to invite from Yonsei University, Dr. Lee Hun-sang to the podium.
네, 소개받은
As was introduced, my name is Lee Hun-sang, and I'm a professor at Yonsei University. And today, in listening to many presentations, I was able to have a better understanding about the framework and the importance of having such a legal framework in responding to a situation like this. The COVID-19 is currently spreading, and I think many people would agree that this is a threat that impacts many countries around the world, and this is how the air travel the connection is being provided right now. So you can see that the pandemic has impacted the world in a scale that couldn't be found in just about 100 years. It impacts every part of the continent. And you can see that when it comes to the healthcare and the security threat, the threat has been there for a long time, and they included the SARS, Ebola virus, as well as tuberculosis. And you can see that the threats have been increasing for a long time. And the COVID pandemic has to do with one thinks of the global influenza pandemic often, which occurred about 100 years ago, and 500 to 100 billion people are estimated to have been killed by this influenza pandemic, and since then this is the largest ever since, and the COVID-19 has expanded into a global pandemic, and we have dealt with this issue at the healthcare level. The internal health regulations was issued in 2005, and it's abbreviated as IHR. And the IHR now governs the kind of the standards that countries are expected to meet. And this is the representative health regulations in the international communities level. There are only about 20% of all countries around the world that are able to meet this IHR. And against this backdrop, many countries have suffered from the pandemic situations, and there was like the Ebola, the MERS, and many people came to wonder if the countries were responding in the adequate manner. And Ebola spread out very fast in the West Africa. And the Ebola situation let us know that our response may not be sufficient, and that we need to make sure that the virus does not spread to countries around the world. And the global health and security agenda was raised by the United States, namely President Obama. And this initiative, GHSA, was pursued under 111 action packages, and they include the Emergency Operations Center and strengthening of the monitoring mechanisms. And I believe that public health and law enforcement was much emphasized under this package. However, I find it rather regretful that the GHSA, although it was presented, we did not have the comprehensive mechanism that requires participation of the international organization and national governments. And we had to improve the national international health regulations on the basis of this GHSA. But we are only merely talking without much actions. And efforts were placed for about 5 years, and then in 2007, a global health security landscape was issued. So we were going to exert new efforts, and then things lingered on, and we have seen the outbreak of the COVID-19. And in 2019, the Global Health and Security Index was released. We rank about 10th in the world's league table. United States and UK come first and second. But it's quite ironical that the spread of the pandemic, the coronavirus, is more visible in those countries, although they come first and second in the list. And this is the current distribution level for the COVID-19 cases at worldwide scale. And the situation of Wuhan in February of 2020 is incomparable to what you can see now in the United States and UK, in many Asian countries, and even in Latin American countries. Against this backdrop, Korea is receiving a lot of the world's attention because China resorted to a quite radical lockdown measures. The Australia and New Zealand government also took very strong lockdown measures. However, Korea quite stands out amongst those countries because Korea did not impose a national forced lockdown, yet were able to contain the situation. And you will see that there was another wave of the outbreak, and we have increased the awareness level to level 2, but we are controlling the situation relatively well. What is really important is how quickly we respond. The early response is very important. When we can announce the level upgrades is very important. You see that the Korean government is quite preemptive measures in making such announcements. And Korea also took the adequate epidemiological studies, and there was quick the diagnostic test conducted, and it was quite aggressive in the treatment of the patients as well. So as is the case in Singapore, if you look at the patients from overseas, the imported cases, although Korea did not close down its borders, Korea was took very strong quarantine measures. And also for the patients who are not infected with the COVID-19, the virus, the Korean government was able to respond quite proactively as well. So they maintained the holistic approach. So there was the central government and the local governments coming together. KCDC, central government, local governments came together for the countermeasure headquarters. And it's very important to take note of this countermeasure headquarters and the local disaster safety countermeasures headquarters as well. And Korea also took the novel approaches, including drive-through, the sample collection, and screening clinics. Test, tracing, and treatments are the important 3 T's. So the contact tracing was very important in terms of epidemiological studies. I think Korea has the most aggressive, the largest system in place. And of course, you have to bear in mind that Korea was able to look into the credit card records and mobile phone records and the CCTV records. By law, the government was by law allowed to look into these the records, which was not possible in other countries, and because of that, the Korean government was able to actively trace the contacts. The location information, geographical information was shared with the Korean public, and in the future. The smart city platform system can be utilized. I think the contact tracing of the confirmed cases could be done in just a 24-hour time frame. And the request can be made by automatically. The epidemiologically investigative supporting system is enabled because of this. And when it comes to quarantine measures, the Korean government took very strong measures. So for all inbound travelers, the travelers were subjected to 14 days of self-quarantine. And for the confirmed cases, the travelers were tested at the airport. So if they were found to be confirmed with the COVID virus, they were taken to the hospital. And they received treatment. And during the MERS outbreak, we came up with a smart quarantine information system, which means for the outbound travelers, we use the roaming information. So any the outbound traveler, any Korean traveling overseas, if they're found to be traveling in risky areas, the information will be submitted to the government's database. In other words, when they go to hospital for treatment of any mild symptom, doctors would have immediate knowledge about their whereabouts in overseas locations. And also those who are subjected to a 14-day self-quarantine, that they need to install the self-quarantine safety app in their mobile phones, and with this the authorities are able to track down the whereabouts of those app users. And the QR code is used for the check-in purposes in the public facilities. And as was presented in many of the papers, Korea is known to have the largest number of contact tracing tools that can be deployed, including telephone interviews, usage of the credit card information, usage of the QR codes, and the usage of the CCTV, the footages. And there are countries that maintain that apply about 3 types of tools at best, but we are the only one that are able to deploy all these different technologies. And so when it comes to testing, tracing, and treating, we are doing very well. And we also have social distancing measures being implemented, and we maintained a very good the public health insurance system as well. And the government is able to make timely policy decisions, and they are able to execute such decisions in a very rapid manner, in a very proactive manner. However, this quick access was made possible because of this 2015 MERS outbreak. You have to take note of such fact. And when it comes to global security agenda, and when it comes to international cooperation, the Korean government is committed $100 million US for GHSA. COICA cooperates with the KDCA, the Disease Control Agency, to engage in different types of international cooperation. And these are the target countries. Even before the COVID outbreak, there was international cooperation on the healthcare issues. And I draw your attention to this slide. Many countries in the Asia-Pacific region have suffered from many different types of infectious diseases outbreaks, including SARS, H5N1, as well as MERS, which happened to Korea. There are all different types of the outbreaks, and the novel coronavirus is one of them, having broken out in China. And I also talk about AMR, antimicrobial resistance. The level is highest in Asia. And the COVID-19 outbreak came out against this backdrop. If you look at the Asian Pacific countries, these countries were acted very rapidly. So the situation is a little better compared to other continents, but you have to take note of the fact that there are high number of confirmed cases in Philippines and Indonesia. And then against this backdrop, now again, China is doing fairly well with a limited number of the patients, confirmed cases. China, South Korea, Singapore, Thailand, Vietnam are the cases known to have responded very well to the situation. So when it comes to different strategies taken by China, China takes the very strong the lockdown measures. And some countries resort to full lockdown when they have more full control of the society. Some countries choose to take a more democratic approach, so to say. So these countries are also receiving attention in terms of the different ways of responding. And this is the ASEAN +3 conference held. The conference was carried out at the Asia Pacific level for the international cooperation. And Korea also engaged in active cooperative measures, discussions with other ASEAN countries. And I'd like to now draw your attention to the changes that will take place after has taken place after the 2015 MERS outbreak. And since the MERS, we had the Emergency Response Operation Centers established. And we increased the number of the epidemiological study, the investigation officers from 30s to 120s. And then we were able to utilize the emergency use authorization system, which was established at the time. And the Infectious Disease Control and Prevention Act was revamped in 2015 because of MERS. And also, we also revised the Personal Information Protection Act at the time of the 2015 MERS outbreak. So we were able to take active the contact tracing measures. And a lot of the privacy information were extracted and utilized. And the way that we did things in this way could be problematic from the certain perspective. I think you have to think about that as well. And when it comes to data privacy, we have the legal and administrative measures in place. And this is a system that was established after 2015 MERS outbreak. So perhaps we need to make changes to the legal and administrative measures. And there is an issue of data privacy. The first is the public health care. So we need to maintain a balancing act. And against this backdrop, at the Yonsei University, where I teach, we currently operate a master's degree program with the COICA, that is the administrator of the overseas the development assistance programs, and we have a master's degree program in global health and security. We want to share the Korea's success stories, and we want to do more than the sharing. We have different approaches, and we have issues that we try to overcome, and we like to share these details with the recipients of the master's degree program. And at the WHO level, currently the WHO operates a COVID-19 law lab. This lab is going to deal with the provision of the legal information and support for the global COVID-19 response. So if there are improvements that could be made to the legal framework of the developing countries, perhaps Korea can make some contributions there. In the future, we could go beyond overcoming the COVID-19 epidemic, the pandemic, and the Asia-Pacific strategy for emergent diseases and public health emergencies could be the answer. As we are looking at the diseases impacting us, we can continue with discussions on how to respond to this in a better manner in the legal under the legal framework. Thank you very much. Well, thank you. The Professor Lee Hoon-sang has just given us a presentation on the public health sector, the presentation. And at this session, under the theme of the legislative modification strategies and international cooperation measures for the COVID-19, we listened to a presentation on the economy, trade and industry, education and healthcare. So let us now move on to the general discussion sessions on coming up with better legislative modification strategies. And I sincerely hope that through today's discussion, the Asian countries can come up with better ideas about overcoming the pandemic. And many presenters mentioned of it. This could be learning experiences for us. We could think about our achievements as well as our limitations through the active discussions.
And as we're experiencing this COVID-19 pandemic, we all have realized that we need a coordinated response. And as is true for every sector, it was especially meaningful in the public health care sector. So it is very meaningful that we have this chance to think of these issues in a concerted manner. We're hosting the 8th Asian Legislative Experts Symposium, and many people are citing that this is a truly timely and significant meeting since we're discussing this theme of the theme of legislations on infectious diseases and cooperative measures of Asia countries in the post-COVID-19 era. I also agree that coalition and cooperation is one of the most critical efforts we could make. I truly feel that in the many conferences that I attend. And it is quite noteworthy that the Asian countries, including Korea, are actually faring relatively well in fighting against the pandemic in the global society. So that is why we're citing the examples as model cases, and I hope we could promote them to other parts of the world. And I think the stage is now ready for the last part of today's symposium. This will be a general discussion. We'd like to invite Professor Kim Tae-gyun as the moderator of this session. I'd also like to invite the panelists and the moderator onto the stage.
이제 마이크를 넘겨서 교수님이 좀 시간에 대해서 걱정을 많이 하셨는데 저희가 얘기를
understand that the organizers are very concerned about the timed overruns. So I'd like to ask the moderator to make sure you keep to the time as you moderate. Yes, my name is Kim Tae-gyun, I'm professor at the Seoul National University. A lot of things have been said during the second session, and we looked at different sectors in trying to come up with better approaches. I can understand that we are really living in a new normal era. I can see the massive changes that did go on in Korea. We are looking at the legal, the cooperation, as well as the international cooperation with the other ASEAN countries. And since we're going to deal with this very important topic, I will pose this common question to all the panelists, but I think this is certainly something that we could think about. I understand that we are delayed quite a bit, and we are in between the dinner and very good discussions, and therefore we'd like to now invite for the first round of discussions and then move into the second round of discussions. The first discussant is with the Ministry of Legislation, Government Legislation.
We'd like to invite Senior Legislative Officer Choi Hyung-seok. Good afternoon. I am Choi Hyung-seok, the Senior Legislative Officer at the Ministry of Government Legislation. We are gathered together with the legislative and policy experts of Asian countries, and it is truly meaningful that I am participating in this meaningful event. Today I'd like to talk about the economic crisis in Korea's economic response in the post-COVID-19 situation and Korea's response strategies and legislative reform measures. Since the overall response has been covered by the previous presentation, I'd like to move on to the following topics. First, I'd like to talk about the economic response in the post-COVID-19 situation in Korea. And it is important to implement policies that could change a crisis into an opportunity. As you all know, the pandemic has changed the method of production and consumption. It also made us realize the importance of a social safety net. So, in the process of overcoming this, it could be used as a new driving force of economic development. The post-COVID-19 era's economic response and economic stimulus strategy is well exemplified in the Korean New Deal. According to the OECD Economic Survey in Korea last August, it has been stated that the Korean New Deal will play a positive role for the future economic recovery. There's a digital new green and investment in the people to create an environmental friendly and inclusive economic recovery. through its various investments. And in the post-COVID era, cooperative governance will also be critical in setting up a response system. On a national level, responses against large-scale disasters and an economic crisis is more likely to succeed with mutual cooperation between the central and local governments, and also between the public and the private. The K-quarantine could be a model example, and as been presented during the first session, in the cases of Vietnam, Taiwan, or Thailand, we can also refer to the success cases in these countries. This cooperative governance paradigm should also be applied in our legislative and policy measures as well. So when we take a look at a recent example, Korea has recently revised the Framework Act on the Management of Disasters and Safety so that there's a legal basis for compensations to volunteer workers if they're injured during rescues, during disasters. Previously, they were eligible only for the treatment of their injuries. And at the same time, on the international level, a close cooperation and coordination is also required in order to minimize the impact of the pandemic and to swiftly put the economy back on track through various international quarantine cooperation. And now I'd like to go over several legislative changes to meet the COVID-19 challenges. And I'd like to ask each presenters to make some comments on the related themes. First is on the legislative improvements reflecting the regulation paradigm of the new normal era. In the COVID-19 situation, the digital technology played an important role in overcoming the challenges. Therefore, it's necessary to transform the regulatory paradigm to meet such changes. And there are legislations that hinder the telemedicine and remote education, so these legislations should be revised. And also, the regulatory sandbox for new industry areas should also be continuously expanded to other areas. On the other hand, the previous government-led regulatory paradigm should also be transformed into one based on mutual and cooperative regulation with local governments and the private sector. Next, legislative measures to harmonize the expansionary fiscal policy and fiscal integrity is also required. An expansionary fiscal policy is critical. It is necessary to meet the pandemic situation, but it is also subject to aggravating the government debt ratio and fiscal integrity. The OECD has evaluated Korea's fiscal integrity as currently being fine and cites that Korea has successfully prepared against the COVID-19 situation, but it is also recommended to prepare for the increase in the public expense in the long term. So when we discuss the various policies in the post-COVID-19 era, it's important to consider these measures to secure sustainability of national finance. It is under this context that the Korean government announced to legalize the fiscal rule under the National Finance Act. Next is on the legislative improvements to effectively respond to disasters on a national level. Local governments have used the Disaster Management Fund in accordance with the Enforcement Ordinance to support the vulnerable and the small enterprises who were hit hard by the COVID-19 crisis. On a national level, a series of supplementary budgets were organized and passed at the National Assembly and has also been executed. However, organizing a supplementary budget every time a large-scale disaster occurs is not actually feasible because it cannot be done swiftly and could negatively impact the fiscal integrity because of excessive national bonds. Therefore, establishment of a national-level disaster management fund could be reviewed in order to stably secure finances and effectively respond to the disasters. And lastly, there is room for legislative improvements for online classes to replace school classes. With the outbreak and massive spread of COVID-19, online classes for the entire curriculum was provided to all students. However, issues were raised as a clear legal basis to recognize the online classes as regular classes has not been in place. Accordingly, the relevant legislation on education was revised last October 20th, so that there's a legal basis now for online classes to replace regular classes under the disaster situations. However, just as been already commented by the previous speaker, I think there is still room for improvement regarding the personal information and others. And for example, under the Personal Information Protection Act, the consent of the legal guardian is required for the underage child to log on to the online education platform. And as been previously presented, in cases it won't be possible for the child to receive the consent of the legal guardian. So considering there could be these special situations when it's difficult to have the consent of the legal guardian, there are opinions to simplify the consent process or make exemptions to make the online classes easier to access. So there could be possibilities to expand the range of guardians or set expiry date of consent. With that, I'd like to conclude my presentation. Mr. Che has provided a very comprehensive comment, including all the topics of healthcare, education, economy, and trade and industry. Thank you very much for your discussion. As you have said, we'd like to ask for the three presenters to make your comments. So for regulation, maybe we could ask Mr. Kim Ji-young to make a comment. And for Mr. Kim Jong-ho, you could discuss this fiscal integrity and the legal improvement for the Emergency Disaster Relief Fund. And you could ask Mr. Byun to ask a comment on the remote education topic. Since we don't have enough time, we'd like to move on to the next discussion.
Professor Tan Shi.
Next discussant is Professor Tan Shen Lee, and she's going to talk about ASEAN cooperation in the COVID-19 pandemic, specifically multilateralism, soft law, and trade pacts. And I think this is related to the presentation by Professor Lee Hun-sang.
The floor is yours. Can you hear me? Okay, so if you're ready, just go ahead.
So, my video is supposed to be played, right? COVID-19 pandemic year. So I'll be sharing quite a lot of detail, but there are three themes to ASEAN regional cooperation. The first, in terms of multilateral cooperation, we are not only looking in terms of ASEAN member state intra-regional cooperation, but a large part of COVID-19 cooperation had to do with ASEAN's relations with its dialogue partners, of which Korea is one helpful partner. The second thing is that due to the urgency of COVID-19 responses, a lot of these cooperation instruments were couched in terms of soft law, or rather declaratory form. But now, as member states of ASEAN look towards economic recovery from this pandemic year, longer term recovery, we are focusing our efforts on trade pacts. And many of these trade pacts increasingly take the form of treaty, but we also remember that many of these economic recovery programs still do take the form of soft law. And in terms of multilateral cooperation for this pandemic year, I think it is very helpful if we split the year into two. The first half of 2020, when so much was unknown about the COVID-19 virus, and the second half of 2020, in which we are now, where we know more and we are more equipped to deal with the health and the economic fallout. So first, looking at the first half of 2020, when so much was unknown about the virus. So what was ASEAN's response? Looking at China and the effects seen in Wuhan, ASEAN member states, having experienced pandemics before and knowing the grave health and economic consequences, took this COVID-19 virus very, very seriously. We knew that given tourism and the open trade flows and business travel, it would only be a matter of time before the virus reached our shores in our region, right? And so how did we respond? 4 days after China reported to the WHO, ASEAN got its act together. The health sector in the region looked at how to counter this coming virus. And what are we looking at? We are first looking at the types of treatment protocols, border closures, how fast and how far the disease can spread, whether it is waterborne or it is airborne, aerosols, and we're looking at health-related fallouts, but also non-health-related fallouts such as food security, economic security. And so what were the cooperation measures that ASEAN member states took? Apart from the intra-ASEAN health sectoral, as border closures started happening more and more quickly and ASEAN nationals were stranded within the region in other member states, but also outside the region, there was a lot of neighborliness, but also cooperation relying on ASEAN guidelines, such as the guidelines on the provision of emergency assistance, where we helped to repatriate other nationals of other member states back to their own countries. And this was not only within the region, but externally. For example, Malaysia helped Singapore nationals get repatriated back to Singapore, to which we are very grateful to Malaysia. In terms of dialogue partner cooperation, we know that intra-regionally we cannot do everything by ourselves, and from our experience in SARS, we have worked with USAID, and there is the ASEAN Project on Pandemic Preparedness and Response, where USAID has, together with ASEAN member states, formulated a baseline protocol of what happens in every country, or what should happen in every country when there is a pandemic, so to better prepare every member state in times of emergencies. And there is also, because there is so much unknown about the COVID-19 virus, information is so very important. And so our years of cooperating with Canada, with the support of Canadian aid, there's the ASEAN Biodiaspora Regional Virtual Center and the ASEAN Emergency Operations Center Network, which helps to give real-time data on how the virus is moving in the region and within countries, where the travel flows are, and what are the rates of infection. All this is very important for government policy making. And of course, the ASEAN +3 cooperation has been integral to ASEAN's response against the COVID-19 pandemic. So ASEAN +3 partners are China, Japan, and of course Korea. And the years of partnership have helped us so much in this COVID-19 pandemic. The three priority areas are international travel and tourism, information sharing, and building our alert and response capabilities over the last decade or so. And in terms of ASEAN +3 field epidemiology training networks, there are treatment protocols, greater information sharing on the usage of medicines, as well as making sure that nobody goes hungry. And so although there were trade blocks in and around the globe, but nobody starved in ASEAN, we still had our rice reserves and there were trade flows for essential goods. Now, coming to the second half of 2020, whether it is still an emergency situation, but there is so much more knowledge, we are turning our efforts on virus cooperation or vaccine cooperation, as well as economic cooperation. So in ASEAN Summit of June and also the ASEAN Ministerial Meeting of September, as well as the Special COVID Summit of April, we are looking at the types of health and economic policies that were made in soft law. And so what are we looking at? The ASEAN COVID-19 Response Fund, the improved implementation of the WHO health regulations. We are insisting that supply chains in the region and outside of the region, global supply chains, remain open. There should be a lowering of trade barriers, and that when things have stabilized, we are looking at the resumption of tourism and travel, and business travel is already resuming. How do we create bubbles and corridors for safe travel? And we are also looking at the support of businesses, especially the small and medium enterprises in the region. And of course, we also know that in this pandemic year, many human rights, socioeconomic rights have been impinged. And how do we support that? How do we get our children back to school? How do we educate them if they are learning at home and do not have access to digital devices? And how does the military play a role in biohazards? So all these things have been discussed in the ASEAN meetings and summits, and in the ASEAN summit that is going on right now this weekend, we have seen the implementation of what was discussed multilaterally within the ASEAN 10, but also with its dialogue partners throughout 2020. We're seeing the fruition of these agreements. So now the ASEAN COVID-19 Response Fund is up and running. Australia, the EU, Japan, and Singapore have contributed. Others, such as Korea, are going to contribute, and there will be a roadmap of how this money will be spent. Looking to the longer term, we're looking to commitment to free trade, strengthening of multilateral trade agreements. Existing trade agreements will be focused towards the COVID-19 fallout and addressing the economic recovery. And also, we are looking at greater vaccine diplomacy, such as the global multilateral COVAX scheme that looks at equitable distribution of the vaccine when it becomes available. So these are the measures that we are looking at in ASEAN, together in partnership with our dialogue partners, and I will discuss this more during the live session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tan. 탄 교수님께서
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Tan. You gave us a very comprehensive overview of the current situation regards to the multilateral cooperation of the ASEAN. Soft law and consensus-based decision-making are two very important factors you have to pay attention to in the multilateral cooperation related to ASEAN. And the discussions, I would like to ask Dr. Lee to respond a bit later. And also with regards to trade agreements, if there are any positive feedback you'd like to make with regards to trade pacts, please go ahead. I'd like to encourage the panels to respond actively. Now, let's speed up a bit on the points that has been raised by Dr. Che.
So I'd like to ask the three previous speakers to share your views. I'd like to first ask Director Kim Jong-wook to share your view. Well, throughout the world, when you look at the economic trend, it's the so-called 3D digitalization, demographic changes, and deglobalization are the common trends we're witnessing. So this 3D trend is also being overlapped with the pandemic situation. We had pre-existing challenges. Some have aggravated, and in other areas, we came up with more urgent tasks. And today, the topic or the policy measure of social distancing is implemented in many areas. And when you look at the actual effect, it had a very substantial economic impact. And that is why this policy is being utilized. But regarding the scope and the level of social distancing, it's not quite legally set. It is still in the process of being fine-tuned. So I think this requires continued discussion and coordination. But I believe that it is not quite possible to legalize social distancing. Among the policy suggestions that Mr. Che mentioned, and you talked about fiscal integrity and also setting the scope of, you also talked about the issue related to the eligibility of the relief fund. This is another area that's also difficult to be legalized. We are now this is at the outliers of legislation, but in case there is another demand, this will then have to be moved toward a different realm instead of the realm of legislation. So the overall, we might have a policy in place, but for these matters, I think flexibility should come first before legislation. I think that is what we should first said in the beginning. And I'd also like to briefly comment on the educational area. Well, we're thinking about expanding remote education, and it is also, there's a lot of justification for going online, but this also requires a change in the existing educational curriculum. We have already experienced the fourth industrial revolution and the digitalization, and we have a lot of challenges to catch up with these new changes. And so I think we have to look at the educational change from this broader perspective instead of just focusing on the pandemic itself. And you also mentioned about regulatory reform. Regulatory reform is also one of the most critical areas that actually require international cooperation, whereas not much cooperation is being made. For example, technologies on AIs and other ITs. If we do not have international cooperation for such standards and legalization, this could create another entire set of so-called Galapagos type of legal fraction. Thank you.
소중한 말씀들을 시간을 많이 들여서.
I could allocate more time to you, but we're just running out of time. I'm very sorry for that. I'd like to now ask Mr. Kim Ju-young to speak just for about 2 minutes, if possible. Well, thank you for a lot of the information. The vaccine will be developed, and we will be able to overcome COVID someday. But the issue is what we are going to do to make sure that the economy gets vitality back again. The companies have to recover and start growing the economy. And we need a vision for that. And against this backdrop, the Korean economy did relatively well. Amongst the OECD countries, we recorded the highest growth rate, although we registered negative growth rate. For the FDI, the FDI volume increased, and I think the FDI level has improved quite significantly. And RCEP was established, which means that there's going to be more economic cooperation between the participating countries, including Korea, China, and many countries in Asia. And with this increased the foreign investment and with the increases in the number of repatriating companies, Korean companies, what I like to say is that if we have more FDI, that means that the economic recovery is going to be facilitated in the ASEAN as well. Intermediate goods were imported from ASEAN to Korea. And Korea exported the finished goods to advanced countries. But if these companies, the companies would come into Korea for manufacturing, it means that we have a higher probability that we will engage in trade with ASEAN for the intermediate goods. Another point that I'd like to make is that there is increases in the amount of the Korean companies' investment overseas countries. And 23 billion worth of the investment came to Korea. And Korean companies invested 61.8 billion. This is about 3 times the amount that Korea received in investment. This is also to say that Korea may not be a good place for Korean companies to do business in. And I think it is because we have a very large the regulatory framework. Because of that, the Korean companies provide burden, and many foreign investors are worried about labor law, about perhaps receiving the public indictments because of possible violations of the labor law and so on. So I would hope that we would start more active, make more active efforts of deregulation. And Dr. Tan talked about Singapore's the efforts. And from someone like me, who is involved in the FTI the promotion, I can definitely say that Singapore is an exemplar country for the FTI. And when it comes to your know-how and about your deregulation efforts, I'm hoping that Korea and Singapore could engage in more active, cooperative measures. And with this advent of the RCEP, I'm hoping that the regulatory frameworks will be improved in all the participating countries, taking the RCEP as an opportunity. And now, Mr. Pantejun, please go ahead.
And Senior Legislative Officer Che has provided some proposals. And I said in my presentation is that remote education is not just a change of the methods, but is an overall change in the comprehensive curriculum. So this means that it also requires a very detailed level and in-depth study. But one thing is that we do not, and you also mentioned that we don't have a clear legal basis for remote education. And just as you said, I think it is quite promising that we at least have a basic legislative approach for that, and we need to continue with the further development. And the personal protection, personal information protection is also a very challenging topic. What we find inconvenient in providing remote service is that there must be a better way, a more convenient way for the students to gain access to the service. So just as Mr. Che mentioned, we could expand the eligibility and set an expiry date for the consent. And I think this matter requires further development, and also for the change in the entire educational curriculum, as Mr. Director Kim mentioned. We talk about whether remote education can entirely replace face-to-face education. I personally believe that we do not necessarily have to do so, and I don't even think it would be possible. So what we need to do is to integrate our experience of the remote education into the existing physical education and in-class education. How we combine the remote education with the face-to-face education could be another area of study for future curriculum development. And I think that is another area of our future discussion and study. Very much. And last but not least, I'd like to invite Professor Lee Hoon-sang. And I'd like to ask you to share your views on Professor Chen's comment.
It was a presentation like the discussion, and you covered a lot of different areas, and I was quite attentive listening to your excellent presentation. And there are a lot of the updates to be made with regard to the treatment centers, and also the telemedicine. We need to improve quite significantly. And the Asia-Pacific region, as was mentioned, there are a lot of diverse efforts being put in place. And there were the existing sets of framework for cooperation. I think the existing framework did help us improve our cooperative the efforts with ASEAN countries. And when it comes to ASEAN plus 3, the 3 countries being located in the Northeast Asian region, when there is an outbreak, it's quite possible that they would spread the disease to other countries, and also you could suffer because the virus would come in from a neighboring country, such as this is a case of Korea and Vietnam. Vietnam suffered because of an outbreak in China, and the SARS and MERS are the experiences where the neighboring countries suffered. As you can see, also in the case of Malaysia and Singapore, if you have a common system in place, if if you to work on that common system, for example, on transportation of the patients, and about responding to the blockade. And if you have a certain set of rules that govern what you're going to do at the state level, at the multilateral level, if you have a set of guidelines to follow, if you can agree on that, that would be quite desirable. And such thing cannot be made by the effort of one country alone. So it's not because one country has a good system that we would be able to be protected at the regional level. That's not possible. And because of that, the common efforts placed by ASEAN, the pursuit under the ASEAN framework is very important, very valuable. And also within the ASEAN system, when it comes to pandemic preparedness, the USA provide active support, and Canada also provided active support. And it's quite ironical that they are suffering a lot while they are the countries that provide such active support. And I think the multilateral setting was quite effective. I think that is certainly proven through the ASEAN experience. And ASEAN plus 3 means Korea, Japan, and China. You would see that the three countries have engaged in quite cooperation in quite extensive manner when it comes to dealing with the pandemic diseases. At the ASEAN level, at the ASEAN Pacific level, I believe that we would be able to come up with rules and principles about the infectious diseases. The legal frameworks can be established together. And we hope to intensify our efforts through the mutual consultations. And when it comes to the repository fund, this is a common mechanism. I'm hoping that it will do more than its role as a fund, provider of the money. I'm hoping that we'll be able to come up with the common rules through the efforts we place at the fund. And today, having listened to all the presentations, I believe that the Singapore and Korea like exemplar countries and in the field, and if the two countries can come together to share information, to engage in academic discussions and to come up with theoretical frameworks, that would be quite helpful. Coming up with the policy ideas together would be quite helpful. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much. As a matter of fact, I prepared a lot, and I thought about what I would say in the beginning and what I would say at the end, but I'm afraid I can't go over them because I don't have enough time. But conclude this session because of time constraints. So we even have Professor Chen from far away in Singapore, so it would have been much better if we had more time to have a discussion. But with this, I'd like to conclude this session. I believe we had a lot to learn. It was a very insightful discussion to think about how we could cooperate in legislative and policy responses in Asia against this COVID-19 pandemic. So with that, I'd like to conclude. Thank you very much. Professor Kim Tae-gyun of the GSIS of Seoul National University has been moderating the last session. I hope next year we have more time so that we can share all of these insightful and valuable opinions. And it's regrettable that we do not have enough time to share them all. But today, during this session, we could have discussions on legislative responses in the areas of economy, trade and investment, education, healthcare, and other areas. And I hope all of us continue with this interest, both online and offline. And this was a very meaningful event to go over areas of cooperation in this post-COVID-19 era. Once again, I'd like to extend my gratitude to all of you who have been with us till the very end, and I hope you participate in our online survey. At the bottom of the screen, you will see a QR code, and at the end or the bottom of the YouTube streaming page, there will be a link where you can participate for the survey, and we will have a lucky draw for 25 people. We will present 25 Paul Bassett beverage set gift icons to 25 of the winners, and we will prepare for next year. I hope we can see you all next year with more encouraging and more insightful contents. Thank you very much.